Good morning, everybody. Could I please ask that you are seated so we could start? Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Please, can you be seated because we will start. So we will continue on item 7B. Distinguished colleagues, good morning. We are now ready to resume the examination of the State of Conservation Report of Properties inscribed on the World Heritage List, item 7B. Yesterday evening, we stopped our session after the adoption of the decision on the historic quarter of the seaport city of Valparaiso in Chile. I suggest that we carry on with the examination of the cultural properties in the Latin America and Caribbean region with Tiwanaku in Bolivia. Afterwards, we will come back to the examination of the state of conservation of the property of the natural and cultural historical region of Kotor in Montenegro, which was postponed yesterday. We will then go back to the normal schedule with the African region. If you are in agreement, I suggest that we now proceed with this item agenda. I see no disagreement, so we will proceed. I will now give the floor to the delegation of the Colombian distinguished colleague from Colombia to present to the committee the reason it wished to open the state of conservation of the Tiwanaku spiritual and political center of the Tiwanaku Center. Colombia, you now have the floor.
Señora Presidenta, muy buenos días para usted y para todos los asistentes. Muchas gracias por darme el uso de la palabra. Efectivamente, ayer pedimos abrir la discusión respecto al sitio el Centro Espiritual y Político de la Cultura Tiwanaku en Bolivia, porque tenemos información de que la Secretaría ha recibido algunos insumos de última hora. Entonces, si usted no lo permite, nos gustaría que la Secretaría pudiera informar sobre este punto. Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Colombia, are you okay? You finished? Thank you. Thank you very much. I now invite Mr. Cesar Moreno, Triana, and ICOMOS to respond to this comment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The State of Conservation Report for Tiwanaku Spiritual and Political Center of the Tiwanaku Culture in Bolivia was submitted by the State Party on 8 March 2013. The report can be found in document 38com 7b, page 63 for the English version and 65 for the French version. As it was pointed out by the distinguished member of the delegation of Colombia, the World Heritage Center has received important additional information from the State Party on 9 June 2014. The document provided is entitled Progress Made in the Finalization of the Management and the Conservation Plan for the Tiwanaku Property and is presently under consideration by ICOMOS. This significant progress is considered as an important step to ensure an effective and comprehensive management and conservation strategy for the property. The World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies will be working in the next months in close collaboration with the Ministry of Cultures to finalize these plans. This will enable the operational launching of the conservation project for the property, which is being financed by UNESCO Japan Funding Trust for the Preservation of World Heritage. No other information has been received from the State Party. A proposed draft decision with slight amendments is being proposed for the members of the committee for adoption by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. Madam Chair, ICOMOS would like to make some comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ICOMOS, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As noted by the World Heritage Center, the draft for the management and conservation for the plan for the property was recently submitted. The ICOMOS advisory mission undertaken in 2014 assisted this effort. We warmly welcome this development and will submit technical considerations and comments to the State Party in timely manner to assist in its review. We would also like to acknowledge the generous contributions made by the Japan Funds in Trust to support the implementation of conservation actions. The Management and Conservation Plan is an important step in addressing long-standing concerns, mainly related to the lack of an effective and adequate management system for the site, as well as the conservation policies. However, given that these are very recent developments, the draft decision should still reflect a concern about the extent of restoration interventions and request that these are suspended until conservation policies can be evaluated and enforced. It should also be recommended that the establishment of a buffer zone and regulatory measures is finalized to adequately protect the OUV of the property and its conditions of authenticity and integrity. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for these presentations. I now invite committee members to express their comments. Are there no comments or interventions to be made? Colombia, you have the floor.
Señora Presidenta, muchas gracias nuevamente. Las noticias nos parecen muy alentadoras y acogemos con mucho beneplácito esta información que nos ha dado tanto ICOMOS como la Secretaría. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Colombia. If you're satisfied with the report, I think we can move on to the rapporteur. Mr. Rapporteur, I would like to adopt the draft decision 38-7B.39 concerning this property. Have you received any amendments on the draft decision proposed?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. For this draft decision, we have received no amendments, so you can proceed for the adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. I declare decision 38-7B.39 adopted. I now invite Mr. Moreno Triana to read the list of the cultural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List and located in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, for which the reports proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Moreno Triana, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following 7 cultural World Heritage properties from the Latin America and the Caribbean region and
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you because Germany has a timeout. Germany, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, being very quick and efficient is of course very good, but there was an amendment in the draft decision which was just adopted, and we have not. I mean, the rapporteur said there was none, and it was adopted. Now, I think we have to go back to the draft decision on the Bolivian side.
Thank you very much, Germany. I apologize if I'm going too quickly, but there was plenty opportunity to raise your hand on the issue, but Mr. Rapporteur said there were no amendments, but I will go back to the...
There was.
I will go...
There is. Sorry.
I wish you had mentioned it before we went for adoption, but anyways, we can go back to this point. It's not a big issue, I think.
Thank you.
Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read the amendments suggested by Germany? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and I apologize myself for the involuntary mistake. Indeed, as Secretariat representative mentioned during his intervention, Secretariat has just presented an amendment or an addition, a new paragraph number 4, which could read as follows. Noted with the appreciation the progress made by the national and local authorities in the development of the management and conservation plan for the property. So I think those are the only amendments we have so far. We have received for that. And in paragraph 6, we need to modify the deadline for the submission of the draft management plan, which is going to change from December to October 2014, and in paragraph 8 we will need to change as well, as I mentioned yesterday, the deadline as for December 2015. For the rest, we have received no amendments from any of the committee members. So you can proceed for the adoption. Thank you very much, and I apologize myself. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor to see if there Germany.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Okay, the dates, that's okay. The amendment is coming from the Secretariat. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And my very stupid last question, this document was not opened for discussion. Why do we discuss it?
It was because Colombia requested, Colombia wanted to propose it for discussion.
After the deadline. Okay, thank you.
Colombia, you now have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta, y me permito explicarle a la distinguida delegación de Alemania por qué pedimos nosotros que se abriera la discusión, si bien estaba propuesto para no discutirse. Teníamos información tanto de la Secretaría como del Estado parte que se había recibido o se había aportado también algunos elementos de juicio de última hora que resultaban pertinentes y que ameritaban, digamos, una reconsideración de la propuesta de decisión. En ese sentido, nuestra delegación pidió que se abriera el tema y fue sugerido en el día de ayer. Sin embargo, por asuntos de agenda fue pospuesto este tema para el día de hoy. Gracias, señora presidenta, y espero que al señor embajador de Alemania le quede claro cuál es la postura nuestra al solicitar esa propuesta de apertura de la discusión. Gracias.
Thank you very much. I also would like to give the floor to Mr. Rao. He has a clarification to make.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Just to clarify the comment made by the distinguished delegate of Germany, yes, indeed, there was a deadline for opening of state of conservation reports for discussion, but that is not something that is enshrined in the operational guidelines. We do it for convenience so that we know in advance what are the state of conservation reports to be discussed. And of course, it is the right of the committee members, should they wish to bring up any other site report to be discussed, we do that exceptionally. So this was one of those cases where Colombia felt that they needed to discuss it to clarify the issue, as the delegate of Colombia mentioned just now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you for this explanation, which is satisfactory and explains the situation. Thank you. If this is so, as Mr. Rau has just said, then I would like to ask to open the discussion on the subject, on the matter Kiev. I have to look up the number, but it has been adopted yesterday without discussion. We thought there is a reason to open it, but we understood that it's no longer possible. If this is still possible, then we would like to ask for opening Kiev. Thank you.
I will have to ask the legal advisor if this is possible. Legal advisor, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La décision a été adoptée hier, au cours de la session d'hier. Donc, normalement, il n'est pas possible de revenir sur une décision qui a déjà été adoptée. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Germany, are you satisfied? Thank you. I am sorry about moving with the adoption without the amendment. I think the amendment has been read out, and if there are no objections, we could amend it as adopted. Are there any objections to the decision 38.7b.39? Okay, I see none, so I declare decision 38.7b.39 adopted as amended. I give you back the floor, Mr. Moreno Turiano. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to read the 7 cultural or heritage properties from the Latin America and the Caribbean region and the relevant draft decisions which will be adopted without discussion. Churches of Chiloé from Chile, decision 37.7b.40, page 67 for English version and page 69 for the French version. Colonial City of Santo Domingo in Dominican Republic, draft decision 37.7b.42, page 73 for the English version and page 75 for the French version. City of Quito in Ecuador, draft decision 37.7b.43, page 45 for English version and page 47 for the French version. National History Park, Citadel, Sanssouci-Ramier, Haiti, decision 37.7b.44, page 76 for the English version and page 78 for the French version. City of Puebla in Mexico, decision 37.7b.45, page 78 for the English version and page 80 for the French version. Historical Center of the City of Arequipa in Peru, decision 37.7b.46, page 80 for the English version and page 83 for the French version. Historic Inner City of Paramaribo in Suriname, decision 37.7b.47, page 82 for the English version and page 85 for the French version. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections or interventions from the committee? Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to submit a few amendments to selected sites, which we will submit shortly. But I'd just like to reference the sites that we have made amendments to. The National History Park, Citadel Sanssouci Ramires in Haiti, the Santo Domingo site, and there is a third site, Chair, that we wish to put forward, and we will just submit that momentarily. But just to make a general point concerning the sites in the Caribbean, we feel that the factors impacting the sites in the Caribbean emphasizes the extreme social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities facing Caribbean states. And it is with this in mind that a few of the amendments have been put forward, and we wish to put those into consideration, certainly from our colleague members on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica.
Those were adopted yesterday.
Are there any more comments on the issues just discussed?
So they will.
Jamaica, I would like to ask you, when do you think you would be ready with these amendments, draft amendments?
Chair, we're sending them as we speak.
Thank you very much.
They're going to be sent electronically.
Thank you. They are being sent.
Chair, just a point that there's no objection to your adopting all the others. So if it is that we're holding up that process, you can go ahead with the others, because there were 7 sites listed. We have amendments for 3. Chair, if I may?
Please, Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you. There was a third site I'd failed to indicate earlier, and that is the historic inner city of Paramaribo in Suriname. So that is the third and final site. And as I said before, those are coming.
Thank you very much. We have a point of order from the Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just wanted to ask if it's in the rules of procedure anywhere as a new member, whether when SOC reports are not for discussion and there's amendments to the decisions. We just wanted to be clarified if this is a regular procedure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Philippines. I shall give the floor to Mr. Rao. Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not covered by the rules of procedure. This is for convenience sake that there are 150 state of conservation reports that are presented to you in document 7A and 7B. Among them, the Secretariat and the advisory bodies make a list of those SOCs which we feel that the committee should consider, discuss, and then adopt the draft decisions. We prepare that list and circulate it to states parties and give them a deadline of 2 weeks before the committee to inform us which are the SOCs that they themselves would like to discuss. So that deadline was for the 30th of May this year, and we issued a revised document called INF7 Rev. That is the document that lists the 38 sites that we proposed for discussion. But that does not mean that during the discussion, the committee members do not have the ability to raise some issues that they wish to raise. Of course, this puts us in a difficult situation because we are not ready with the concerned presentations and documents, but it is within your right to sort of ask for any amendments that you feel are essential to any of the state of conservation reports which are not proposed for discussion. So it is a procedural issue and not covered by the rules of procedure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I have also been informed that any decision adopted could be reopened with two-thirds majority. So, Mr. Rapporteur, do you have the amendments proposed by Jamaica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So far, we have not received yet the amendments from Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a note, Chair, that they were sent, so from our end, they were sent.
Okay, so maybe we can go ahead and adopt the other 4 states on the list whilst we wait for the other 3. Are there any objections or intervention from the committee? I'm also reminded by the Secretariat that if you do have amendments on issues that are not open for discussion, you can always send it beforehand in order to save time and be more efficient. Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for causing possibly a bit a delay at least. We have received informations concerning Kiev, late. This is why, I mean, after the deadline, which was set to open documents for discussion, and as I understand, with the 2/3 majority, there's still a possibility to do it. Maybe it's too late for a discussion on substance, but what we would like to change in the draft decision, in the decision which has been already adopted, it concerns Kiev St. Sophia Cathedral and related monastic buildings in the Kiev Pechers Lavra.
Excuse me, Germany.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's not about delay at all, actually. If you want to open it, you can, but you need 2/3 majority. So if you get 2/3 majority, we can open the
Well, I would like to ask for this.
Let's do that then.
And we have, the decision we have taken postpones the next discussion on this item to 2016. And according to informations we have got, this is much too late. It should be on the agenda in the next committee. I mean, we don't want to delay too much and open a debate on it, but if our decision could be amended accordingly, anticipating the next discussion of this item by 1 year, we would be satisfied. Thank you.
So I'm also given additional information that if nobody objects to your proposal and we have a consensus, then you don't have to get 2/3 majority. So we should go and ask. We can open the floor to see if we have a consensus on the proposal from Germany, and if there are no objections, we could adopt the proposal. Turkey, you have the floor.
Turkish delegation gladly supports German proposal.
Thank you, Turkey. Is there anybody who objects to Germany? Let's do it the other way. Are there any objections? Germany, you have the floor. You can propose the amendments you want on the issue related to Kiev. You have the floor.
Well, it's concerns para 10 in the decision already adopted, I have to admit. Further requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Committee by 1st February 2016. This is as we have adopted a progress report. So what we would like to change is 1st February 2015.
No, it is.
Sorry?
It is not 2014 because we have preponed.
Oh yes, according to the new procedures, it has to be 1st December 2014. This is according to the new rules we have just adopted yesterday. 1st December 2014 instead of 1st February 2016.
I'll give it to the, okay, thank you very much, Germany. I'll give it to the Secretariat to clarify. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The decision which was adopted was based on the general 2-year cycle for SOC reports. This is why it requests an examination within at the 40th session in 2016. According to the new rule that we adopted, that the committee adopted 2 days ago, basically the deadline has to be changed according to your proposal to 1st of February 2015, given that it's only 1 year and it gives a very, very little time to the authorities to the 1st of December. The 1st of December would be valid for those that would be examined in 2 years' time at the 40th session. So I just wanted to clarify that it is proper to keep the 1st of February deadline for emergency, like for emergency SOCs or 7A SOCs, 1st of February 2015. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So, are there any comments or objections to the proposal presented by Germany? Mr. Rapporteur, would you like to speak? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And according to what has been mentioned, then we just need to change the date for 2015. 1st February of 2015, just in accordance. 1st February, please, my colleagues, not December. 1st February 2015. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much. If there are no more comments on this issue, I declare decision 38-7B-33 adopted as amended. I will now pass back to the rapporteur to see if we have gotten the amendments proposed from Jamaica with regards to the 3 issues in Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have already received, indeed, the amendments coming from Jamaica for decisions 7B 42, 7B 44, and 7B 47. So I will proceed now to read them out, and just give me 10 seconds while my colleagues on this can reflect it on the screens.
In the meantime, we will adopt the 4 decisions with regards to the cultural properties in Latin America and the Caribbean. Those are the churches of Chiloé in Chile, the city of Quito in Ecuador, historic center of Pueblo in Mexico, and the historic center of the city of Arequipa in Peru. I declare the decisions read out adopted. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor whenever you are ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I will proceed now to read out the amendments proposed by Jamaica for Decision 7B 42. Jamaica is proposing an addition to paragraph 4, reading as follows. Recognizing the efforts made by the national and municipal authorities in implementing recommendations to control concerns for the properties, such as subpoint number 6, and the program for the promotion of tourism financed by the Inter-American Development Bank project and the Colonial City and the Sanssouci project, as well as the work of neighbors, association, and business groups to promote and take actions contributing to improve the conditions of the Colonial City. And then we also have an amendment in paragraph number 6, reading as follows. Request the state party to implement the following and ensure specific and realistic timeframes are applied. And then the rest is as originally proposed. Those are the amendments for decision 7B 42, Madam Chairperson. So if I think you can proceed for the adoption of it or for the considerations of it while we are taking note of the forthcoming amendments for decision 42. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons un petit problème avec la façon, le wording des choses. Business groups et groupes d'affaires. Ce n'est pas du tout dans le vocabulaire de l'UNESCO. On n'utilise pas d'habitude groupe d'affaires ou business groups. Peut-être faudrait-il parler de groupes privés ou d'intervention privée ou de partenariat privé-public ou je ne sais pas. Mais le terme groupe d'affaires et business group est un peu, je trouve, difficile. Alors, est-ce qu'on peut nous expliquer d'abord de quoi il s'agit? Exactement.
Jamaica, could you please let Lebanon why you would like to have that word business group in the amendment, please? You have the floor.
Chair, the term is actually taken directly from the text itself. The analysis and conclusions presented by the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS and ICROM, pointed to the fact that you have the Neighbors Association and business groups that were very critical in this element of promoting the work of the conservation issues that are out for consideration. So that is actually the term that is used. The only thing I can say is that it may be a culture-specific term, and perhaps we can just try to make a compromise.
Lebanon, can you accept the explanation?
I want to ask the Secretariat and ICOMOS, what are these business groups? A little information, that's all.
Thank you, Lebanon. ICOMOS Secretariat, you have the floor.
Yes, the term of business groups was used by the report submitted by the state party. It refers to investors from the private sector. So ICOMOS would be okay with. I'm sorry, that's hard for me. ICOMOS would be okay with the amendment reading as well as the work of neighbors associations and private groups. It refers to private investment groups.
Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. No, it was just trying to sort it out. Apparently we can sort it out like this being proposed. I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much, Portugal. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Con el fin de contribuir con alguna información adicional a esta discusión, se trata de un grupo privado de inversionistas inmobiliarios que está desarrollando un gran proyecto denominado Sanssouci en la orilla opuesta del río Sama, frente al centro histórico de Santo Domingo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Rapporteur, could you please read out the amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So far we have just received no amendments actually to the original proposal by Jamaica. So probably I can read the paragraph again. Lebanon is requesting for the floor, Madam Chair, so probably you can give the floor.
Yes, I would like to present an amendment. It would read the neighbors associations and private investors or private investment groups or private, I don't know, but not business. I mean, business is not investment. It's something completely different.
Thank you very much, Lebanon. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read the amendment? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So with the amendment proposed by Lebanon, the paragraph will read as follows. Recognizes the efforts made by national municipal authorities in implementing recommendations to control concerns for the property such as subway number 6, the program for the promotion of tourism financed by the Inter-American Development Bank project at the colonial city at the Sanssouci project, as well as the work of neighbors association and private investment groups to promote and take actions contributing to improve the conditions of the colonial city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to this amendment? I see no objections to this amendment. I declare the decision 7B.42 adopted as amended. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read out the amendment on the decision 7B.44, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And for this decision, Jamaica is also presenting some amendments. And Jamaica is actually proposing a new paragraph 3, reading as follows. Recognizes the extreme social, economical, and environmental vulnerabilities facing the state party and, by extension, the impacts on its heritage assessed. Jamaica is also proposing amendment for paragraph number 4, changing the word, changing. I'm trying to make it slow in order that my colleagues can take good note of it. Then I will come back and read it out again in a clear way. So paragraph number 4 will change like welcomes. The rest will be the same. And after the word property, as well as the ongoing efforts to raise awareness and inform local communities. So those are the amendments coming from Jamaica for this decision. So if you allow me, Madam Chairperson, I will read them again out in order to present them in a clear way. So paragraph number 3, as amended by Jamaica, will read as follows. Recognizes the extreme social, economical, and environmental vulnerabilities facing the state party and, by extension, the impacts on its heritage assessed. And paragraph number 4 welcomes the measures taken by the state party to implement the decisions of the World Heritage Committee and acknowledges the effort of the Institute for the Protection of National Heritage to ensure the safeguard of the property as well as the ongoing efforts to raise awareness and inform local communities. Those are the amendments so far, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Yes, two just problems of vocabulary. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. First of all, I would like to ask English native people, I don't know, do you say in English economical or economic? I think it's better to say the extreme social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities. I think so. Then in French, it doesn't work. Reconnaît les vulnérabilités sociales et économiques extrêmes. No, it doesn't work. Je propose que ça soit reconnaît l'extrême vulnérabilité sociale, économique, l'extrême vulnérabilité ou la sociale, économique et environnementale des biens. Ce n'est pas sur les biens. Des biens, ce sont... Alors, l'extrême vulnérabilité n'est pas très, très beau, mais reconnu. Il faudrait peut-être trouver... Oui, extrême vulnérabilité, il faudrait trouver un autre terme. Bon, je vais réfléchir un peu et je proposerai quelque chose.
Thank you very much. Are there, ICOMOS would like to clarify. You have the floor.
Yes, no, we were just noticing in the French version. Oh, it's being corrected now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other? Jamaica, you have the floor.
It's corrected. It's already crossed out.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just a point, just to acknowledge that the observation for the use of the term economic we accept the better choice or the better terminology in this particular context.
Thank you, but thank you. Lebanon, are you satisfied?
I'm sorry, Mrs. President. The problem is that what is the vulnérabilité sociale, économique et environnementale? La vulnérabilité de quoi? C'est les difficultés. Ça peut être les difficultés sociales, ça peut être les défis, ça peut être... Mais en français, la vulnérabilité, ce n'est pas quelque chose en soi. C'est quelque chose qui est vulnérable. Un bien est vulnérable, une propriété est vulnérable. Mais la vulnérabilité en tant que telle n'existe pas. Je ne sais pas si ça en anglais, je pense qu'en anglais aussi, il n'y a pas vulnerabilities like this. Something is vulnerable. Maybe we should change the word vulnerability. The extreme social, economic and environmental problems, difficulties, challenges. Voilà. Et à ce moment-là, ça pourrait résoudre le problème.
Could you suggest a word, please? Just one word.
Challenges.
Thank you. Jamaica, are you okay with challenges? Jamaica?
We should remove extreme in that case.
Chair, these are terminologies that are used, and you can cite this particular reference in several reports concerning the range of issues that face small island developing states. I don't think this is the appropriate place to go into discussing exactly what this term is, and I am recommending that be discussed with the experts, but just to say that this is a recognized term that is associated with challenges facing small island developing states. Thank you.
Thank you. So you would like to keep vulnerabilities?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. I will pass it on now to ICOMOS to give us their point of view. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do use the term vulnerability often when we're referring to disaster risk preparedness and risk management. I know it is a term often used in the Caribbean region. Either propositions made by both the representatives of Jamaica or Lebanon are acceptable from regional points of view. It could be either way, challenges both terms. The point is recognizing there are extreme conditions right now pertaining to social and economic and environmental issues, and that this hinder the ability and have strong impacts, hinders the ability of the state party to address them, and and trickles down to the state of conservation of heritage. So I respectfully refer to both delegations. Plus, I'm a Spanish speaker, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Portugal, do you have a solution?
Thank you, ma'am. Let's see if we can get out of this. Vulnerability is a word which is often employed in thousands of resolutions, so it's not, and it is different from challenge. Challenge is one thing, vulnerability is another thing. Now, although I'm not a native French speaker, let me see if I can help my Lebanese friends so that we can get out of this. So it would be to say in French, reconnaît les vulnérabilités économiques, sociales, économiques et environnementales extrêmes à laquelle l'état partie est confronté. Je crois que ce serait là le meilleur français, et peut-être ça pourrait résoudre le problème. Je crois que c'est le placement du mot extrême qui n'est peut-être pas le plus adéquat. Merci. Et j'espère que ça pourra satisfaire la délégation du Liban.
Thank you. So you're suggesting to keep the English and change the French. Thank you, Portugal. Lebanon,
Oui, on ne va pas faire de problème avec ça, mais je pense qu'en français, ça ne marche pas. Le terme vulnérabilité en français n'est jamais utilisé tout seul. Mais c'est pas grave, on va laisser passer, c'est bon.
Thank you, Lebanon. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame. Vraiment pas pour encore débattre de vulnérabilité, mais il faut quand même reconnaître que vulnérabilité est un critère d'évaluation dans les situations difficiles. C'est un critère admis, on le dit, voilà. Mais ce n'est pas pour maintenant débattre encore de cela, mais c'est un critère. Il faut donc qu'il a sa place dans ce paragraphe. Merci.
Thank you. I think we are now all in agreement with regards to the words chosen. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Evidentemente, la precisión de las palabras en cada uno de los idiomas es fundamental. Sin embargo, yo retomaría el espíritu de la propuesta de enmienda que hace Jamaica, y es que a pesar de esas dificultades enormes que tiene Haití, que todos conocemos, no solamente por su historia y lo que ha pasado en los últimos años, sino también por el terrible terremoto del cual fue víctima, hace un esfuerzo enorme por cumplir con los mandatos de este comité y por preservar los valores universales de sus sitios inscritos en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. Creo que es un esfuerzo que deberíamos reconocer por unanimidad prácticamente todos en este comité. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I think we are all in agreement. Are there any other objections to the amendment itself? Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read out the amendment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. So I will now proceed to read the amendment out. So paragraph number T will read in English as follows. Recognizes the extreme social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities facing the state party and, by extension, the impacts on its heritage assets. Et la version en français dirait reconnaît les vulnérabilités sociales, économiques et environnementales extrêmes auxquelles l'État partie est confronté et par extension les impacts sur les biens du patrimoine. Then for paragraph 4, it was not presented amendments to the Jamaican amendment, so I think it could be acceptable. So this is the situation so far, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any objections to what the Rapporteur just read out? If there is no objection, if there are no objection for the committee to take note of the state of conservation, if there is no objection to 7B.44, I declare the decision read out adopted as amended. We'll now go to the decision 7B.47. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read out the amendment? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we have also received amendments from Jamaica for this draft decision. So I will, as we did previously, let me just try to read them out slowly in order to integrate them on the screen, and then when I'll go back and read them out in a clear way. So Jamaica is proposing amendments, a change in the paragraph number 4D, and it will read as follows in English. D, establish the building committee of public works to evaluate designs for new project. And then we have a new paragraph number 5, reading as follows. Acknowledges the state parties' commitment to ensure that all requests to demolish historic buildings are being rejected. So allow me, Madam Chairperson, come back again to the new paragraph 4D in order to read it in a clear way. So new 4D will read as follows. Establish the building committee of public works to evaluate designs for new projects. And then paragraph number 5 acknowledges the state parties' commitment to ensure that all requests to demolish historic buildings are being rejected. This is the situation that we have so far, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments or objections with this amendment? If there are no objections, I declare the decision 7B.47 adopted with amendment. We will now move on to Africa. So I apologize. There is one more site in Europe, a discussion proposed by Croatia, which is the natural and cultural historical region of Kotor, Montenegro. My distinguished colleague from Croatia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have noticed that in the meantime there's been an amendment proposed by the World Heritage Center, ICROM and ICOMOS, and I believe that there was a proposed change as to we propose a slight change in the paragraph 4E, which would, is it possible to propose a change in that paragraph?
Is that the only proposal you have?
No, we will eventually, we have asked them to speak on behalf of Montenegro, on behalf of this city of Kotor, because we believe that that the conclusions, the analysis have stated that the state party has made significant efforts in addressing the current conservation issues, and that according to that we should be somewhat more cautious regarding what is being asked from them in this draft resolution.
Thank you very much. I will pass on to Ms. Petya Tocharova to answer your comment. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The State of Conservation report on the natural and cultural historical region of Kotor, Montenegro, is to be found on page 41 in the English version of document 7B and respectively page 42 of the French version of 40B. Actually, after having issued the document, the State of Conservation report, which was included in the first dispatch, the World Heritage Center has received comments of the state party on the proposed draft decision, and these comments expressed views of several different ministries and institutions in Montenegro, including the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Tourism, Municipality of Kotor, as well as the Directorate for Protection of Cultural Property. Actually, I think that ICOMOS will take the floor to provide further comments on the SOC report in general, but I wanted to clarify that taking into account the comments received from the state party on the State of Conservation report, the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS and ICROM have proposed a revised decision taking into account some of the comments and the issues raised by the state party. This is a 38-com, the draft decision 38-com 7B29 Rev has been distributed in the room yesterday. So thank you, Madam Chair, and maybe ICOMOS will take the floor to provide further comments on the State of Conservation report and its main issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tocharova. ICOMOS, you have the chair.
Thank you, Your Excellency. ICOMOS would first like to thank the State Party for inviting in 2013 an advisory mission to the property. This provided an important opportunity to work directly with its representatives on addressing issues raised by the World Heritage Committee at previous sessions. The mission provided recommendations mainly around aspects pertaining to conservation policy, urban and territorial planning, transportation, and transportation networks. Subsequent to the mission, the State Party sent an interim report to note actions implemented in accordance to the recommendations. These positive steps are noted in the State of Conservation report. We consider that considerable efforts have been made in setting up legislative and regulatory frameworks and developing planning tools to address urban development. A challenge in the way forward will be to harmonize planning tools and to make sure that heritage policies are embedded in all of them. Zoning plans, which identify areas for new development and areas for strict protection, will also need to be developed and integrated at the territorial planning level. As has been recommended by the committee in previous sessions, clear provisions are needed to define what will be acceptable for future development in relation to the conservation of attributes that convey the outstanding universal value of the property and the qualities and characteristics of this unique cultural landscape. As reported by the World Heritage Center, we received information from the State Party regarding the State of Conservation report. The revised decision, draft decision presented for your consideration reflects this updated information and the comments made by the State Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. Thank you for your presentations. I now invite the committee members to express their comments. Serbia, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, thank you. Serbia strongly supports Croatian suggestions for paragraph 4E.
Thank you very much. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Poland would like also to support the Croatian proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Montenegro is a small state and its economy is very much dependent on tourism. That's why we also endorse the proposal of Croatia to amend the paragraph 4E to be more flexible on the tourism aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. Are there any more interventions to be made? Germany?
Could you scroll down, please? And
Could I?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Germany, are you okay? Okay, so Croatia, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. This is simply to state that eventually Croatia is supporting the text as it is proposed by the state of Qatar.
Thank you. The amendment was made by Qatar, and Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Qatar recommended the amendment because the previous amendment was that it's going to be suspending all projects, which is going to impact negatively on the region economic development. And that's why we see this as important for a country which depend on tourism. And then as for heritage impact assessment, we encourage that will be one assessment to the whole region of Kotor instead of singular assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Qatar. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Madame, merci Madame la Présidente. Nous appuyons également la proposition qui vient d'être faite par le Qatar parce que nous estimons qu'il y a ici effectivement le défi qui nous est souvent présenté, celui de concilier les impératifs de développement avec les exigences de préservation du patrimoine. Et donc la proposition du Qatar va dans ce sens. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous l'appuyons. Merci.
Thank you very much, Algeria. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Juste une toute petite proposition de modification, Madame la Présidente. Bon, dans le texte initial, on parlait de projets d'aménagement inappropriés, n'est-ce pas, sur le territoire du bien. Et puis ensuite, dans la proposition modifiée, on nous dit « encourage la mise en œuvre contrôlée des projets et d'aménagement actuels à Morigny ». Bon. Si ces projets sont réellement inappropriés, il ne faut pas encourager leur mise en œuvre. Donc, ce que je propose, c'est encourager la mise en œuvre contrôlée des projets d'aménagement, et enlever le terme actuel, à Morigny, Constantine et Glavati. Parce que, tout simplement, ce que nous proposons, c'est que les projets d'aménagement soient revus de façon à ce qu'ils soient plus en cohérence avec la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien. Donc, il ne s'agit pas d'appliquer les projets tels qu'ils sont aujourd'hui. Donc, il faut enlever le terme actuel. Il faut enlever en anglais le terme ongoing.
Thank you, Lebanon. Germany, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Germany would like to support what has just been said by Lebanon, and the Lebanese amendment having taken into account, we are fine with the amendments proposed by World Heritage Center, ICROM and ICOMOS. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. In the same line as our Algerian and Turkish colleague, and for the reasons they expressed, we support this amendment, and we thank Qatar for introducing it. I can live with both, either having the present or the ongoing, or deleting it. For us, it does not raise a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Finland would also like to support the suggestion from Qatar, but with the wording that Lebanon have suggested to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rapporteur, could you read the amendment, please? Sorry, before you do so, okay, Croatia changed their mind. You can have the floor if you would like.
Thank you. Well, I would like to underline the fact that we should see the geographical map and see what the buffer zone is and the region of Kotor, which is mentioned here in the document. Region of Kotor is far larger than the buffer zone, and what State Party is proposing and asking is permission to be active or allow certain activities in the region of Kotor in some towns as Tivat, Herceg-Novi and the others, which that really do not have any impact on the Kotor, on the town of Kotor itself. So I think that we can fully support the amendments. They reflect the reality, and I think that we will keep this necessary balance for sustainable development. Of course, there has to be a mission in a month to come, and I strongly suggest not only UNESCO but our World Heritage Committee to assess the situation at the next meetings in 2015 and 2016. That would be of utmost importance on one hand, on the other hand, on interest how to help our colleagues and friends in Montenegro to reach our common goal to preserve outstanding universal value of the Bay of Kotor and the town of Kotor itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Croatia. Are there any more interventions? ICOMOS, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, and based on the correspondence exchange with the State Party, the mission findings indicated that there might be some issues regarding the developments at Morji, Konstanjika and Glavati, which is why it was requested that those were suspending pending the undertaking of heritage impact assessments to assess if before the projects were implemented, measures could be undertaken in terms of design or formulation to ensure that no impact on the OUV occurred. Heritage impact assessments should be undertaken for specific projects because it's a tool that allows us to gauge whether changes whether changes and proposed development is acceptable in relation to the OUV of the property. We're not requesting at this stage, and it was not the original intent that heritage impact assessments be undertaken for the whole region because it's just a tool to gauge specific projects. I think that was the only clarification I perhaps wanted to provide to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read out the amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I proceed then to read the paragraph 4E as amended by Algeria, Croatia, Finland, Portugal, and Qatar. Well, initially amended by Qatar and supported by the rest. Reading as follows: encourages controlled implementation of developments in Morini, Kostanica, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, and Glavati, and request from the state party to undertake heritage impact assessment to ensure that no impact occurs on outstanding universal value. State party is invited to submit heritage impact assessment for the Kotor region, which is underway to the World Heritage Center for review prior to undertaking any further commitments. But allow me, Madam Chair, just to mention that since this paragraph is starting by saying encourages, probably we will need to transform it into a new paragraph 5, since paragraph number 4 is also encouraging already the state party. So this is the situation so far, Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments or objections to this amendment? I see none. I declare decision 38.7b.29 revised adopted as amended. We will now move on to culture in Africa. So I invite Mr. Dubonnet, Chief of the Africa Unit of the World Heritage Center, to present the reports on the state of conservation of the cultural properties located in the Africa region, and these topics are open for discussion. Mr. Dubonnet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report for discussion is the Lower Omo Valley in Ethiopia, and this report can be found in your working document 7A add on page 47 of the English and 49 of the French version. As mentioned in the working document, the state party submitted a heritage impact assessment which states that the Kuras sugar development will have significant impacts on 3 fossil-bearing geological formations. The sugar development project could lead to potentially high damaging changes that could be sustained by the landscape over a large area of some 100 square kilometers, which, depending on the exact location, could cover some 2/3 of the area of the property. ICOMOS in its presentation will provide some more details on this issue. It also needs to be noticed that the state party has not provided the environmental impact assessment for the sugar development project, which apparently was carried out in 2011. There are also some conflicting statements about the location of the sugar plantations, roads and settlements in terms of how far are they within or without away from the property. The fact that the boundaries of the property and the buffer zone have not yet been delineated makes issues more complicated, but we were informed recently that the state party has provided funding to the UNESCO office in Addis Ababa to work on the delimitation of the property as well as on the management plan. This is of course a positive development, as the lack of clear boundaries of the site make it difficult to evaluate impacts of any development. The World Heritage Center and IUCN request the state party to recommend that the committee request the state party to invite a joint UNESCO-ICOMOS reactive monitoring mission to the property to consider the potential impact of the Kuras sugar project on the outstanding universal value of the property. ICOMOS has also some clarifications to provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dubonnet. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The main difficulty with this proposed Kura sugar cane project is the lack of precise information on its location. It is a very large-scale project which will include roads, a factory and settlements for, with houses for thousands of workers, as well as sugarcane plantations and associated irrigation. And where it is and whether it's entirely in the buffer zone or partly in the property is still unclear. The heritage impact assessment that has been undertaken provides ample evidence of the potentially highly damaging change to the landscape that this project would bring. Confusingly, however, the heritage impact assessment refers to the property as being in 3 separate areas rather than the one area that was envisaged at the time of inscription. Mitigation measures which were included in the impact assessment, such as confining roads to fossil-poor areas, are not in any way adequate. A much more detailed impact assessment is needed. Here it is worth recalling why this lower Omo landscape was inscribed on the World Heritage List. The retrospective statement of outstanding universal value, which is adopted by the committee in 2012, refers to the world renown of its sedimentary deposits, as well as the many hominid fossils that are seen as of fundamental importance to the study of human evolution. It also highlights the human deposits spanning over 2.5 million years that have shed light on the earliest stages of the origins and developments of Homo sapiens in Africa. And under integrity in the same statement, it was then acknowledged that the wider setting needed to be established and protected. It also stated that due to its very remote location, the Omo Valley was a site that was uniquely preserved for further scientific research purposes. Although no development activities were then foreseen, the site was acknowledged as being vulnerable to the work of petroleum companies and plantation operators. And in response to these vulnerabilities, it was then acknowledged that there was an urgent need to put in place structured management and to define boundaries and address these potential threats. 2 years later, we now have details of this apparently fully formed development project that could impact on 2/3 of the property. Progress is only just about to start on defining the boundaries in relation to the attributes of OUV, and work on the definition of its buffer zone or landscape setting has not yet been started. ICOMOS therefore strongly supports the need for a reactive monitoring mission to discuss these issues. The mission could also discuss the boundary identification process in terms of the confusion which apparently exists as to what the property consists of. Before that mission takes place, there is also an urgent need for more detailed information to be provided by the state party on the scope and extent of the proposed plantation project, its present status, and as well for us to be provided with the environmental impact assessment that has been undertaken but not so far submitted for review. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ICOMOS. I now invite committee members to express their comments on this issue. You have the floor. Finland.
Thank you, Chair. It's very easy to understand why the lower valley of Omo is inscribed on the World Heritage List. As ICOMOS already has pointed out, this site not only shed light on the earliest stages of the origins and development of Homo sapiens of Africa, it also offers evidence of the oldest known technical activities of prehistoric beings, making the property one of the most significant for mankind. The information provided do not make the decision-making here on the committee easy. We would therefore like to request the state party to give an update to the committee on the situation, especially on the extent and location of the Kuras project. Finland also requests the state party to invite the joint reactive monitoring mission to get help with solving the issues at the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turkey also commends the state party and government of Ethiopia for preparation of the heritage impact assessment for the potential impacts of Kuras project and on the outstanding universal value of the said property. We fully support the request of the state party for international assistance for preparing the management plan as the OMO project has been of tremendous importance in the study of human evolution. Considering the gaps in the World Heritage List for such kind of properties relating to initial phases of human development, the management of this project gains more importance, and we are ready to share Turkey's experience in the same field gained from the Çatalhöyük prehistoric sites, and we invite the state party of Ethiopia to contact the president of our national commission is currently in our delegation, and our cultural ministry experts are here. We invite them to contact us so that we can make the arrangements for information sharing and experience sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. I now give the floor to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The lower valley of the Omo of the state party Ethiopia is a site of very high archaeological significance to mankind. Recalling the fundamentals of its inscription, it has to be impressed that this is one overall property of some 150 square kilometers, not a serial site, with a delineated core and buffer area of the three formations. With this premise, the location and extent of the Kurat's sugarcane development project and other ancillary debilitating factors should be clearly well established in the execution of the Heritage Impact Assessment. We would like to support the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies' extension of assistance to the state party through a reactive monitoring team to capacitate the development of a management plan and particularly the boundary delineation project. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. India, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We fully agree with the ECOMOS evaluation on the need for delineation of the boundaries as well as the need for reactive monitoring mission. We also see that the state party has recently requested for such a monitoring mission, and they have taken certain steps in this direction. We would like to hear the state party on this.
Thank you very much. Senegal, you now have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Comme cela a été dit par les intervenants précédents, la vallée de l'Omo, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement important pour l'humanité, pour l'espèce humaine, depuis les australopithèques jusqu'à l'Homo sapiens sapiens que nous sommes. Donc son traitement, sa gestion nous interpelle tous. Nous pensons qu'il y a des actes positifs qui ont été posés, aussi bien par l'État partie que par les organisations consultatives. Je pense que aussi bien la demande d'assistance pour le plan de gestion que la mission de suivi doivent être encouragées et nous souhaitons donner le temps à l'État partie et aux organisations consultatives pour faire un point précis et pouvoir informer le comité de manière objective sur les enjeux, les tenants et les aboutissants de ce projet. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Oui, merci Madame. La délégation algérienne se joint également à celles qui nous ont précédées pour d'abord remercier l'Éthiopie pour les efforts qu'elle a déployés en effectuant l'évaluation de l'impact sur le patrimoine, c'est l'EIP, concernant ce site emblématique de recherche pour la préhistoire et l'histoire de l'humanité. Nous appuyons également ce qui est proposé dans le projet de décision, à savoir l'urgence du souhait de l'État partie pour une assistance internationale s'agissant du plan de gestion du site. Évidemment, nous l'encourageons et nous encourageons donc l'Éthiopie en conséquence à présenter, à formaliser sa demande d'assistance. Je crois qu'il y a un délai qui devrait être respecté. Et ainsi que la mission conjointe, évidemment, UNESCO-ICOMOS, de suivi réactif pour le bien du site. Merci.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the state party, Ethiopia, to please respond to the comments made. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. The State Party of Ethiopia, first of all, as we are taking the floor for the first time, allow me, Madam Chair, to thank the State Party of Qatar for the warm welcome and meticulous leadership for this committee meeting. The State Party of Ethiopia, we have seen this draft decision, but there are efforts which are happening with regards to the site delineation and the management plan. Already the State Party of Ethiopia, in cooperation with the European Union, have recently allocated 400,000 euros, or the enough amount which is anticipated, to be done with UNESCO. Like UNESCO is going to manage the project. So most of the concerns of this draft decision are going to be addressed by the project which is going to be done by UNESCO. So this is the piece of information I could give now.
Thank you very much. Does this satisfy member states, or are there any comments to make? Finland.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, but I would still like to have an update on the Courage project, if that is possible. Thank you.
Ethiopia, are you able to provide Finland with the information requested? Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. About Courage project and the issue of the archaeological or the fossil area, the Ethiopian government is carefully reviewing it and undertaking both sites not to affect. So it has, the Courage project has a proper environmental, archaeological, social, and technical assessments and the design. So when the mission comes to Ethiopia, or the study, the already mentioned assessment started, it can be done parallel, and it can be proved that nothing is going to be affected in there. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia, Finland, are you okay? Thank you. Any more interventions? Indonesia, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Indonesia would like to express full support on the success of the Lower Omo Valley to be preserved and conserved for the future of understanding of human evaluation of this archaeological site. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Thank you very much, Indonesia. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read the amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And for this draft decision, we have received no amendment in written, so I think you can proceed for the adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or objections? I see none. I therefore declare decision 38.7b.48 adopted. I now invite Mr. Dubonnet to read the list of the cultural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List and located in the Africa region for which the reports proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Dubonnet, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reports that are not for discussion are Lamu Old Town in Kenya, decision 38.7b49, Old Towns of Djenné in Mali, decision 38.7b50, the island of Mozambique in Mozambique, decision 38.7b51, the historic center of Agadez in Niger, decision 38.7b52, the Osi Osogbo Sacred Grove in Nigeria, decision 38.7b53, the island of Saint Louis in Senegal, decision 38.7b54, and the stone town of Zanzibar in the United Republic of Tanzania, decision 38.7b55. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any points of discussions on the decisions that have been read out? Thank you very much. If there is no objection for the committee to take note of the state of conservation reports, I declare the decisions read out adopted. We will now move on to the mixed component of 7B of the Arab states. No mixed property of this region has been proposed for discussion. I will therefore invite Mrs. Tocharova to read the list of the properties for which the reports proposed for adoption without discussion. Ms. Tocharova, you now have the floor.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Ms. Tocharova is presently not available, and if you permit, I'll read the name out. This is Wadi Rum, Protected Areas of Jordan. This is 7B 56. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Are there any objections from the committee on this? If there is no objection for the committee to take note of the State of Conservation Report, I declare the decision read out adopted. We will now move on to 7B, Mixed Europe and North America. No mixed property of this region has been proposed for discussion. I will therefore ask Mr. Rao to read the list of the properties for which the report proposed for adoption without discussion is proposed. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. There are two properties, Pyrenees Mont Perdu, France, Spain, 7B 57, and the natural and cultural heritage of the Ohrid region, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, 7B 58. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Are there any objections from the committee on these issues? If there is no objection for the committee to take note of the State of Conservation Report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. We will now move on to 7B, Mixed Africa. No mixed property of this region has been proposed for discussion. I will therefore invite Mr. Rao to read the list of the properties for which the reports proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first property is the ecosystem and relict cultural landscape of Lope Okanda, Gabon, 7B 59. 7B 60, Bandiagara Cliffs, land of the Dogons in Mali, and Gorongoro Conservation Area of the United Republic of Tanzania, 7B 61. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Are there any objections from the committee on this matter? If there is no objection for the committee to take note of the State of Conservation Report, I declare the decision read out adopted. We will now move on to 7B, Nature, Arab States. No natural property of this region has been proposed for discussion. I will therefore invite Mr. Rao to read the list of the properties for which the reports proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. There's only one property in the Arab states of natural heritage. This is the Bangda Arga National Park in Mauritania, 7B 62. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection from the committee with this regard? If there is no objection for the committee to take note of the State of Conservation Report, I declare the decision read out adopted. We will now go to Nature 7B, the Asia Pacific. Before we proceed to the examination of the properties of the Asia Pacific, I would like to inform you that I have received a request to postpone the examination of Manas Wildlife Sanctuary, India, until tomorrow. So this will be delayed until tomorrow. Our next property for the... Oh, sorry. Okay, so this was yesterday's today. So you're ready to talk about it today. Okay. So we will start with the Manas Wildlife So we will start with the Manas Wildlife Sanctuary, India. Okay, I have this already. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, so we will start with the Great Barrier Reef and then we'll come back to India. Thank you. The next property on the list I will give is the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, and it's being proposed by Malaysia and Japan. So I will give the floor to the delegates of Malaysia and Japan to present to the committee the reason why they wish to open the state of conservation of the Great Barrier Reef. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. We wish to make a few remarks of introduction with regard to this property in light of the state party haven't made good progress in the management of the property in response to the request made by the committee since 2011, and more so last year when there was a good discussion with respect to the sustainability of this iconic Great Barrier Reef of Australia, which is the southern end of the Coral Triangle, which stretches from Malaysia, Philippines, right down to Papua New Guinea. And we were happy with the draft decision as tabled in the committee, to the committee. We wish only to make a couple of small, but I would say important amendments to paragraph 6, 7, and 8, because we felt very strongly that the state party had committed both in kinds, financial funds, and political commitment to address all issues in the next couple of years with regard to the concerns of the World Heritage Committee as well as the other stakeholders. And being a naturalist myself, I felt strongly that such an iconic property, which is the place where marine life, evolved, and not only marine life, also the life of the fisher folks and the industries surrounding the Great Barrier Reef depend on, is so of utmost importance to not only Australia, but for the region north of the Great Barrier Reef. So we felt strongly that the discussion and debate to be followed in a few minutes' time will be made in great transparency with a view of giving the state party some more time to address the concern, because we felt this item will be tabled again and again in years to come. And at the end of the discussion, we feel strongly that the state party be permitted to make some comments with regard to the amendments we made. I have a few more seconds, but nevertheless, I would like to end here, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Japan, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. As Malaysia mentioned, and we believe the most important thing in this property is water quality for the coral reef. So we have heard some concerns about the way the Australian government is doing, especially for the kind of offset system for the water, to ensure the water quality. So I would like to ask Australian government to explain the more details about their 150% net benefit requirements, and if that is satisfactory, then I think people can agree on our amendments proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. I now invite Mr. Feng Ching Chief of the Asia Pacific Unit of the World Heritage Center and IUCN, to respond to these comments. Mr. Jing, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished committee members, as explained by the distinguished delegates from Malaysia and Japan, the Great Barrier Reef is the vast world natural heritage property, and it can be shown on the slides on the map on the slides. The current conservation issues of this property are summarized in pages 112 and 106 of the English version and pages 105 and 109 of the French version of Working Document 38-7B. Apart from different assessment, EIA reports, the World Heritage Center and IUCN acknowledge that they also have received large volumes of reports and statements from the international conservation community, and these were transmitted to the state party for comments. From the experience of preparing the state conservation report on this property, the World Heritage Center is of view that the committee may wish to explore the feasibility of how to establish a mechanism in assessing the stream of information on the state conservation of such an enormous World Heritage property, from the state party as well as from the conservation institutions and international, national, and local media. So after finalization of the current working document, the state party has submitted additional information to the World Heritage Center on 30th of May, which was also shared with IUCN for its review. The state party further reports on the following progress. First, accreditation of the Queensland government to undertake federal environmental assessment and approval processes and long-term sustainable development plan. Second, the Abbott Point information on the Abbott Point Terminal 0, 2, and 3 capital dredging. Thirdly, port development and Queensland port strategy. Next slide. Yeah, it should be noted that in line with the UNESCO Director General's initiative to reinforce dialogue, communication, and transparency between the advisory bodies, the World Heritage Center, and the state parties, a one-day workshop was held at UNESCO headquarters on 20th of January this year. The meeting provided opportunity to express views and concerns regarding the specific challenges confronting the state conservation of this property. And the state party also had fruitful discussions with IUCN. The World Heritage Center recommends that in view of the progress made by the state party towards improved water quality and encourage it to sustain efforts to achieve the ultimate goal of no detrimental impact on the health and resilience of the reef. However, given the range of significant threats affecting the property and the conflicting information about the effectiveness of recent decisions and draft policies, significant concern still remains regarding the long-term deterioration of the key aspects of the OUV of the property and the completion of work to tackle short and long-term threats at the site. Therefore, it is recommended that the committee consider, in the absence of substantial progress on the key issues addressed by the committee in its previous decisions, the inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger in 2015. The draft decision can be found on pages 104 to 106 of the English version and pages 108 and 109 of the French version of the working document. Madam Chairperson, IUCN will provide its comment also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IUCN, now you have the floor.
So, thank you, Chair. In
response to the points that were raised. So there were general comments from Malaysia and Japan on the overall progress. Malaysia indicated paragraphs 6, 7, and 8 of the decision, and also a question about timing. And Japan raised an additional point which was related to offsets, although I think there was a question directed to the state party on that point. So I could just try to cover those points. In general, IUCN would recall that the state of conservation of the Great Barrier Reef has been discussed by the committee since its 35th session in 2011, and that's covered a range of different points. And I would agree with Japan that amongst those, one of the most significant is the question of assurance of water quality. And we've seen a very significant amount of progress with the Innovative Reef Plan initiative of the state party in that regard. In addition, there's been attention on coastal development, the need for a strategic assessment of the entire property, questions of governance and management, and a range of other issues. And these are all in the framework of work towards the establishment of a long-term plan for sustainable development. IUCN also notes that the State of Conservation report, and I would echo the comments of the World Heritage Centre on this, that this process has been accompanied by a really notable and continuous dialogue with the state party, and we appreciate that greatly. It's continuing on an active basis even here, and despite that amount of dialogue, there's new information that seems to present itself on a regular basis. But we greatly appreciate the way in which we've been having a very open discussion and dialogue with the state party on all matters, be they difficult or challenging, or be they constructive. IUCN would certainly echo the point that the state party is making very significant progress, notably with the strategic assessment of the property and the adjacent coastal zone, and that will lead to the long-term plan for sustainability that I've mentioned, and also the promising investments in the Reef Plan program. And these are really significant initiatives. We should bear in mind the enormous scale of this property, and if successful and if successfully delivered, they are things that I would consider provide lessons which could be adopted more broadly in the convention. If I then turn to the points that are raised in terms of specific paragraphs, so paragraph 6 speaks to questions of governance. In that instance, IUCN was highlighting the importance, IUCN in the World Heritage Centre, in fact, in the SOC report, highlight the importance of the reactive monitoring mission's recommendations regarding review of governance and assuring that the long-term plan for sustainable development leads to governance which is fit for purpose. So paragraph 6 relates to questions of governance related to the delivery of the long-term plan for sustainable development. Paragraph 7 relates to concerns raised in the State of Conservation report and conveyed into the decision about approval of one major development, which is the port expansion at Abbott Point with associated significant dredging, and the proposal that 3 million cubic metres of dredged spoil would be disposed of within the Great Barrier Reef that has been approved. And there are concerns noted in the State of Conservation report raised around the consideration of alternatives. And if I could just turn to the point raised by Japan, the question of the delivery of the 150% net benefit that is a proposed offset. And at this stage, whilst that is in the consent, we have not seen a proposal for how that will be delivered, and in particular the timescale on which that will be delivered. So I think it's a matter which at the moment is unclear in terms of how that would be delivered, and I understand there's a process to consider how that would be delivered. But as of right now, we are not clear on the feasibility of the 150% being delivered and what that would actually entail in practice. I might also note, although we've not been able to really test the document, that we did see a report from one of the leading scientists that the reactive monitoring mission met, who was raising concerns in a journal article about the potential for that offset to be delivered. So these may be points that you would wish to hear from the state party on. On the paragraph 8, this relates to the Queensland's port strategy. In fact, since the State of Conservation report was written, there's a significant update because the Queensland port strategy was issued in its published version on the 5th of June 2014. And this proposes the establishment of 5 priority port development areas, 4 of which overlap with the World Heritage Area. And they're put forward as a means to constrain development. In the short time that's available, we've not had the time to fully consider that document. We've had a chance to exchange with the delegation on it, and I appreciate in particular the exchanges we've had with the responsible minister in Queensland on this. The point that we've raised is that the policy that's outlined in the adopted Queensland port strategy seems to lead on the constraint of dredging, and specifically capital dredging, which is new dredging to create new port activity. It's not absolutely clear how that delivers the commitment to constrain port development more generally, which is in fact what we've seen wording from the state party conveying as the intent. So there's a question in terms of the intent of the Queensland port strategy and the way in which policy will deliver that. The state parties confirmed, and I think we quite understand this, that the Queensland port strategy cannot deliver retroactive protection to developments that are underway. And I would say that as we've seen some confirmation that the priority port development areas do now exclude some of the most sensitive areas, notably the Fitzroy Delta, Keppel Bay and North Curtis Island. So if they are implemented fully, and if the master plans that are conceived, we would see that there is potential for this port strategy to deliver what has been requested. But at the moment we have not been able to fully explore how that would work in practice. If I could just turn to the last point, which is one of timing, and I think Malaysia made the point about allowing the state party more time. In fact, the State of Conservation report this year was an additional request for a State of Conservation report made by the committee. We had always anticipated that the major discussion on the Great Barrier Reef will in fact be next year, when we would expect the long-term plan for sustainable development to be completed. We'd also expect the state party's major next edition of the peer-reviewed Great Barrier Reef Outlook report to have been issued, which provides, we would anticipate, a comprehensive peer-reviewed and robust basis to assess the long-term prospects for the Great Barrier Reef. And as we've noted over a number of sessions of the committee, despite the enormous size of this property, it is a property which is facing significant threats. It's a property where we have documented long-term deterioration of certain parts of its attributes, and there's a clear need to put it on a footing for long-term recovery and sustainable management. So the goal of the process we're in at the moment is to be able to have a very significant consideration of these issues next year with the work completed on the long-term sustainability plan and also the Great Barrier Reef Outlook report. So in terms of timing, Malaysia, that would be the goal that I think we're also working towards between now and the 39th session of the committee. I hope that covered all of the points, and if in the debate any further clarifications are needed, we would be pleased to provide them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, IUCN. I now give the floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Colombia entiende el contexto actual de la inminencia de las amenazas que caen sobre la gran barrera de coral y también entiende la gran importancia que este ecosistema tiene a nivel global, a nivel planetario. Sabemos que ha habido significativos avances en la regulación sobre la calidad del agua y los impactos sobre las obras de desarrollo. Sin embargo, estos avances no son suficientes. Nosotros creemos que la decisión debe solicitarle vehementemente al Estado parte fortalecer las medidas de conservación, orientando el desarrollo de las iniciativas portuarias y costeras hacia formas y sitios que representen un menor peligro para el ecosistema, en especial de los vertimientos de los dragados, que cambiarían sustancialmente las condiciones naturales de la gran barrera de coral. Colombia hace un llamado de atención al Estado parte a superar las incongruencias entre las políticas locales y federales, así como al análisis y armonización de estudios de carácter independiente y propio con el objeto de orientar la toma de decisiones de forma adecuada para preservar la integridad de este importante ecosistema en beneficio de la humanidad. Colombia apoya el borrador de la propuesta que hace el comité y mantenerla en las condiciones actuales para que tenga un llamado suficientemente contundente al país a desarrollar las estrategias recomendadas para que el año entrante pueda revisarse si han sido superadas y de esa manera que no entre a la lista de patrimonio en peligro si estas han sido superadas. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I now give the floor to Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Since its inscription on the World Heritage List, the condition of the reef has seriously declined, with declines accelerating in the past decade. We welcome the efforts made by state property to increase the reef's level of protection and reduced fishing and pollution pressures. The Great Barrier Reef is one of the world's most fragile and vulnerable natural World Heritage sites. The exposure to climate change effects causes impacts such as coral bleaching and will increase fragility of coral ecosystems. Synergistic effects between climate and the other pressures could have seriously impacts to the IOV of the property, so we have to ensure the viability of the Great Barrier Reef, biodiversity and ecosystems, as well as ecosystem services and economic benefits provided by coral reefs. We are deeply concerned about recent approval for coastal developments in the absence of strategic impact assessment, and we urge you to support draft decision as proposed by advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serbia. I now give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamaica recognizes and commends the effort of the state party. However, we acknowledge with concerns the range of threats facing this exceptional example of OUV. Based purely on the evidence referenced by the experts, it is clear that the integrity of the site is at risk. We would wish to encourage the state party to urgently review its recent decisions regarding development projects and seek to fulfill the recommendations highlighted by the World Heritage Center, IUCN, and other NGOs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. Finland, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In many ways, the Great Barrier Reef is an example of excellence in management and an international model for marine conservation, benchmarked by Finland and many others. At the same time, according to the draft strategic assessment of the Great Barrier Reef, the condition of many biodiversity values are stated as poor, and the foreseen trend is overall negative. We appreciate the efforts of the state party to address impacts of upstream sediments and nutrients to the property, and we are truly delighted of the positive news of the substantially improved water quality. We understand the need to develop the already established ports, but we are worried about the cumulative impacts to the fragile ecosystems under heavy pressure and to the integrity of the property. We recommend the state party to find the most environmentally friendly alternative for port developments now and in the future. Finland is concerned about the recently approved dredging project at Upper Point, which according to the permit assessment done by the Great Barrier Reef Authority didn't take fully into account potentially more environmentally friendly alternatives with higher costs. The dredging approval includes many environmental conditions. However, Finland is not fully convinced that these conditions would be sufficient to protect the outstanding universal value of the property. Finland considers the draft decision accurate and balanced. It acknowledges the great efforts by the state party and it highlights the problems that still need to be resolved. we are confident that the state party will continue its commitment to improve the long-term health of the Great Barrier Reef. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Finland. I now give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, ma'am. Very much in line with what previous speakers have said. We agree with the contents of the report and with the draft decision that it entails. We received significant information from the Australian delegation, and we thank her for it, but we also have been approached by nature preservation and indigenous cultures entities. We are aware that, and we praise Australia for the measures taken so far, namely the strategic assessment that was undertaken and the investment on reef water quality improvement. All this reflects Australia's commitment, but this does not seem to us enough. First, because the major cause for the reef degradation is not only a consequence of extreme weather conditions and climate change, as Australian government documents seem to imply, but also due to human causes and interference. On the other hand, we are concerned that not only Canberra is handing over environmental approval powers to the Queensland state government on a matter of such high national and international relevance, but also other measures that have been taken that can deteriorate the health of the reef even more. I'm referring to the 4 major developments within the site at Abbott Point and at the Port of Gladstone relating to coal terminals, natural gas facilities and pipelines, as this involves the dumping of enormous quantities of dredge material in the site. We took good note of the Australian government's commitment not to license, and I quote, developments that would have unacceptable impacts or limit post-development, end of quote, although we consider this commitment to be rather vague. We also studied the so-called Reef 2050 and the Reef Plan 2013 to 2018, but we didn't understand how the implementation of these plans can be reconciled with the continuation of threats such as sediment discharges, agricultural use of pesticides, urban and port development, and dredging. We believe that the integrity of the property, as stated in the Declaration on the Outstanding Universal Value of the Reef, should be fully respected. I think this is the main issue. And for these reasons, we consider at this stage that the evaluation by the relevant bodies is totally correct, and paragraphs 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the draft decision before us are of the utmost importance. But we will naturally look carefully to the amendments proposed both by Malaysia and Japan. I thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Portugal. I now give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Great Barrier Reef is one of the most iconic properties on the World Heritage List. It is an extremely large site, and it is considered to be a multi-use area. This implies considerable management challenges, and the World Heritage Committee is following the developments in the reef closely since a few years. Germany is aware of the time frame set for developing the long-term plan for sustainable development, and previous committee discussions took this into account. And this will be discussed next year. Germany fully acknowledges the progress made by the state party as reflected in the report in front of the committee and is also outlined by several previous speakers. However, recent decisions and developments concerning the Great Barrier Reef, such as the approval for dumping dredge material into the property, remain a reason of concern. Germany therefore supports the draft decision as it is in front of the committee. It thinks that the draft decision is balanced. It recognizes progress which has been made by the state party, but it also clearly addresses the concerns we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La grande barrière de corail est en effet une préoccupation depuis 2011, eu égard à son importance pour l'écosystème mondial. Nous apprécions à cet effet les efforts de l'État partie, les efforts de concertation de l'État partie avec les organisations consultatives et le Centre du patrimoine mondial. Nous avons retenu que la publication du projet d'évaluation stratégique par l'autorité du parc marin et par le gouvernement du Queensland et un programme auquel est adossé un programme de 2 ans qui fut suivi d'une consultation publique. Et ceci est très important. Nous prenons acte également de la finalisation du plan de développement durable à long terme qui sera donc finalisé en 2015. D'autres documents ont été publiés relatifs au développement côtier et des projets de développement portuaire ont été adoptés. Ils sont situés, nous dit-on, en dehors des principales zones portuaires anciennes sur les territoires du bien. Cependant, certains projets ont été adoptés, dont un qui prévoit le déversement de 3 millions de mètres cubes de matériaux dragués sur le territoire du bien. Celui-ci aurait-il des conséquences sur la biodiversité marine qui fondent aussi la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien? Nous demandons à l'État partie s'il n'y a pas de solution alternative. S'agissant des aspects de gouvernance, notre attention a été portée sur cet aspect, notamment au regard des informations rapportées, bien sûr contenues dans le document, faisant état de préoccupations engendrées par l'affaiblissement du cadre réglementaire du Queensland en matière de protection du bien. Les éléments d'information sur le transfert de pouvoir de décision du niveau fédéral au niveau de l'État qui nous ont été fournis semblent être un sujet d'inquiétude, aussi bien par les gestionnaires du site que par les représentants de la société civile. L'État partie pourrait-il, Madame la Présidente, apporter quelques précisions quant à la mise en place du cadre institutionnel nécessaire à la mise en œuvre du plan? Ceci nous permettrait de mieux apprécier la décision proposée. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Algeria. I now give the floor to Peru.
Señora Presidenta, considerando que el ecosistema es muy importante para la humanidad y reconociendo que las gestiones efectuadas por Australia han sido bastante importantes, por ello reconocemos. No obstante, creemos que por los riesgos a los que está sometido actualmente la barrera de corales, podemos perder un importantísimo ecosistema de que es beneficioso para la humanidad. Por tanto, el Perú se suma a lo expresado por Colombia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Peru. Kazakhstan, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think we all know that the Great Barrier Reef is one of the most well-known wonders of nature. The issue of protection of the reef receives wide publicity. NGOs such as WWF carry out global campaigns in this regard, and altogether this places additional responsibility on our committee and I think on the Australian authorities as well. We have a draft decision and some proposed amendments, which, at least for us, raise some questions regarding the issue. Therefore, we would like to request the State Party of Australia to clarify the following issues. Whether the decision to transfer decision-making power from federal to state levels has been already adopted. Who's going to make the vision framework mentioned in para 6? Also, we need more clarifications on whether a comprehensive assessment of alternative and potentially less impacting development and disposal options has been undertaken and which structure made this assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is great size property, and it has diverse ecosystems which are fed by the terrestrial ecosystem along the Great Barrier Reef coastlines. I looked at the maps, and I noticed that there are over 14 or 15 national parks which are lined up along this coast. And the major threat, some of the previous speakers already indicated, but major threat to this reef formation is the agricultural chemical pollution, and the state party did significant work on that, improve the water quality. This is a real world. Considering the size of the property, certainly we will face the management problems, management challenges, and this is what's happening in the case of Australian government. But the draft decision seems to be very accurately addressing the issues and the threats that the state should be considering for the next committee session. We believe that this discussion a little premature with respect to those two plans, that especially strategic assessment plan resulting to long-term sustainable development plan, which will be produced this year, and also Outlook Report 2014. I wish they would have those Malaysian and Japanese distinguished colleagues had deferred this discussion to next year. We would have had a better idea how much is accomplished. But the threat is there, and the draft decision is rightly addressing those. I hope the Australian colleagues accept these as the good suggestion for them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Turkey. I now give the floor to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines is cognizant of the concerns expressed by stakeholders regarding the sustainable development and conservation of the Great Barrier Reef. However, we appreciate the vigorous efforts of the state party to mitigate the inherent negative impacts to the property associated with developments. The Philippines recognizes that the protection of a property's outstanding universal values is a difficult task, and once these values are lost, they may never be fully recovered. In this light, we request the state party to continue giving due consideration to the potential impacts of any new development in the area. We welcome the progress made by the state party in addressing the concerns of the World Heritage Committee, particularly in releasing a draft Great Barrier Reef strategic assessment, and we hope that the state party could incorporate further revisions to address specific threats to the property's OUV and to meet its target completion at the end of this year. We also note with appreciation the work that has commenced to develop the Reef 2050 long-term sustainability plan for the Great Barrier Reef, and that various opportunities have been presented for the public to convey their inputs. We look forward to the updated report from the state party that will address concerns raised and which will be considered at next year's session. They actually also identify and subscribe to the views expressed by Malaysia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Philippines. I now give the floor to Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sorry, there's a point of order from Lebanon.
Mrs. President, I'm sorry to intervene here, but the usual way we used to do in the committee was to ask if there are other committee members who want to intervene. And when all the committee members has made their intervention, then we open the floor to observers.
Thank you, Lebanon, but I saw no committee members. We have gone through the list. Well, Lebanon, you have the floor.
I was waiting the other committee members to speak. Okay. La question, effectivement, Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. La question que nous examinons actuellement est un sujet extrêmement important. La grande barrière du Rif est à l'échelle mondiale. C'est un site qui concerne, un des sites qui probablement nous concerne tous de façon fondamentale. Je pense que, enfin, le Liban estime que le projet de résolution présenté est un projet tout à fait équilibré, puisqu'il accueille favorablement les travaux et les progrès accomplis par l'État partie. Il encourage l'État partie à poursuivre ces projets et en même temps, il note les points qui ne sont pas encore résolus et les dangers qui restent à résoudre. Nous avons simplement une question très petite, hein, où on demande à l'État partie de soumettre au Centre du patrimoine mondial un rapport actualisé incluant un résumé exécutif d'une page. À quoi sert ce résumé exécutif d'une page pour un site aussi complexe, aussi grand et aussi difficile? Merci.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Poland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We share concerns presented by the delegations of Finland, Jamaica, Colombia, Germany, Turkey, and Portugal. We appreciate efforts undertaken by the Australian government. Nevertheless, we are of the opinion that the draft decision proposed by the advisory body reflects the situation of this property in a proper manner. Therefore, we would like to support this text in the original version. At the same time, we would like to ask you to give the floor to WWF, if it's possible. Thank you.
They are on the list, but we still have committee members and then state members. So if there are no more committee members who would like to make an intervention, I would like to give the floor back to Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Indonesia is very concerned on the quality of the Great Barrier Reef. Our students in Indonesia, the elementary school students, knows Australia is Great Barrier Reef. Without Great Barrier Reef, there is no Australia. It's a kind of a saying. This iconic property of marine life is very dear to all of us and also to the planet. So we echo the sense of urgency to improve and also to conserve the quality of water. So long-term deterioration is going to hamper our life. Indonesia certainly will support any means of taking care of this Great Barrier Reef that is dear to us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. I now give the floor to the WWF. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the last 2 days, 250,000 people sent a message to this committee to uphold the draft decision that is before you now. Through social media, WWF reached 16 million people from 160 countries about the future of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. I personally have vivid memories of swimming amongst turtles, dolphins and spectacular multicoloured corals in this largest living organism in the world. Like countless others, the reef inspired in me a deep affinity for conservation. Sadly, since listing, we have already lost 50% of the coral cover in the Reef World Heritage Area. So now we need to reduce all the threats that the reef faces. As Professor Terry Hughes, one of the world's most preeminent marine ecologists, said recently, the only lasting solution is to reduce runoff and ban dredging and dumping anywhere near the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. Hundreds of other leading scientists and experts publicly expressed similar views. The UNESCO World Heritage Committee draft decision is based on sound and balanced technical reports from the IUCN and the World Heritage Centre, and should be kept as it is. The World Heritage Committee therefore has two choices: either you consider the dumping of millions of tonnes of dredge waste in the reef's waters is consistent with protecting the outstanding universal values of the Barrier Reef, or you draw a line in the sand and agree with the 250,000 people who asked each of you this week to say a very clear no. Please keep the draft recommendations as they stand. Do not set this alarming precedent for World Heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to the discussion, it could be perceived that Australia has done nothing to protect the Great Barrier Reef during the last 3 years that we've been reporting regularly to the World Heritage Committee. So I'm going to focus my comments on our responses to the previous decisions of the committee. We have ensured rigorously that no projects are approved outside of the existing port areas in Australia, and that in each case a rigorous environmental impact assessment process and net benefit conditions are applied to the projects. I'm going to talk in response to the questions of some of the state parties about that net benefit process. It's an already imposed legal condition by the federal government on the project at Abbott Point. The project involves dredging sand and silt, which has been reduced from a volume of 47 million cubic metres in the initial proposal to 3 million cubic metres. It involves placing that sand and silt in an area with the same kind of sand and silt that is 25 kilometres from the nearest coral. The fine sediment disturbance will then be monitored and 150% offsets from the rivers delivered. Those offsets will deliver benefits immediately, but also ongoing benefits to the water quality of the property that far exceed any impact of the dredging. That is a legal condition of the approval already, and so we must say that in response to paragraph 7, the suggestion that Australia has not undertaken a complete and comprehensive environmental impact assessment process is factually incorrect. We will report back next year on the long-term sustainability plan as you requested, and we will continue to engage productively and constructively with all state parties and with the centres and with the IUCN. I'm just going to pass briefly to my colleague, the Queensland Minister for the Environment, who will describe some more about progress. Just keep going.
Your Excellencies, the committee has made a number of requests of my government, and I can assure you directly that we are delivering on each of these. You asked us to prohibit port development outside existing areas. I am pleased to announce that the Queensland Port Strategy gives effect to this request for the next decade and will be enshrined in law. They are existing port boundaries in existing ports. Our efforts in reducing catchment runoff are starting to show results. The most recent report cards show that average pollutant loads entering the reef are now decreasing. Queensland, contrary to comments made by committee members, has strengthened our legislation to ensure we protect the outstanding universal values of the Great Barrier Reef. Alongside the Australian Government, we are investing heavily in the reef's health. We are jointly investing approximately $180 million each and every year. I want to assure you that I am committed to working with the World Heritage Committee to protect and conserve this iconic World Heritage Site for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. Are there any more intervention on this matter? Do you see someone? So now I invite Mr. Feng Jing, Chief of the Asia Pacific Unit of the World Heritage Center, to respond to these comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just quickly, one specific question raised by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon regarding the last paragraph of the draft decision on the executive summary part. I think that's a standardized paragraph in all the draft decisions. There is a French term, y compris, so including. That is, in fact, the real state of conservation report for this property is about 100 pages. Thank you, distinguished committee members. I think you have expressed all your views, and with regard to all the technical points, IUCN will provide their comments and reviews. Thank you.
Thank you. IUCN, you have the floor.
Sorry, Chair. I think the majority of the comments, the majority of the statements made were comments. I don't think I heard any questions directed to IUCN. I maybe would just clarify on two points. One in relation to paragraph 6, the comment that there were comments made around the transfer of decision-taking powers. And the focus of 6 is a focus of sequence. It's a focus of wishing to see the long-term plan for sustainable development completed, and then questions of governance addressed to follow. The mission when we were on the ground, and personally I was part of the reactive monitoring mission, understood that firstly all parties saw the need to improve the governance of all decision-taking matters related to the Great Barrier Reef. And secondly, it's absolutely clear that both the federal and the state level, that is both Canberra and Queensland, have clear and compelling parts to play in the future of the Great Barrier Reef. So however the arrangements are made, it's clear that Queensland has a central role in decision-taking activity. So our comment in paragraph 6 is around a sequencing point. I just want to be clear on that, and I'd like to be clear, noting particularly with the presence of the Queensland Minister here, how important and significant Queensland's role is in the view of IUCN, and how important it will clearly remain. The other point I think I just want to make in terms of clarification is the comment on the wording of paragraph 7, and I think the suggestion was that the wording implied that it was not a comprehensive environmental impact assessment. The concern that we'd raised was more particular around the question of how the alternatives had been assessed. And I guess in particular, a point which I would have liked to have had more time to discuss with Australia is around the role of the regulatory side of the equation in looking at alternatives in balance with the part that the proponents of projects play in that process. And that I think is a point where we were looking at this issue at the time the State of Conservation report was drafted that we were concerned about. I hope those points of clarification are helpful. I think the majority of other points were more comment on the broader scope of the decision, and I think I covered the matters that had been raised in my earlier intervention. If I've missed any questions, I will be happy to take them if those are indicated by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments to be made? I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 38-7B.63 concerning this property. Mr. Rapporteur, have you received any amendments on the draft decision proposed?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And indeed, we have received amendments for this draft decision coming from Malaysia and Japan, as announced during the debate. So with your permission, now we have the amendments reflected on the screen, mainly in paragraph 7, but I will read first the amendment that was made to paragraph number 6. So can we scroll the... So paragraph number 6, as amended by Malaysia, will read as follows. Requests the state party to ensure the full completion of the independent review of the institutional and management arrangement for the property as recommended by the 2012 Reactive Monitoring Mission as a key input to the LGPSD, and notes that the transfer of decision-making power from federal to state levels will occur after the vision framework with desired outcomes and targets and governance requirements to deliver the LGPSD has been developed. So this is the amendment for paragraph 6. Then we have 2 amendments for paragraph 7. I will read first the amendments from Malaysia and then the amendment from Japan. So the amendment from Malaysia will read as follows. Notes the recent approvals for coastal developments in the absence of a completed strategic assessment and resulting long-term plan for sustainable development, and that the state parties' approval for dumping 3 million cubic meters of the dredge material inside the property was undertaken after a comprehensive assessment of alternative and potentially less impacting development and disposal options, and ensured that the option selected does not impact outstanding universal value and is the least damaging option available. That is the amendment as proposed by Malaysia, and Japan is proposing another amendment as follows. Notes with concern the recent approval for coastal developments in the absence of a completed strategic assessment and resulting long-term plan for sustainable development, and regrets the state party approval for dumping 3 million cubic meters of dead dredge material inside the property after having undertaken a comprehensive assessment of alternative and potentially less impacting development and disposal options, and also requests the state party to ensure that 150% net benefit requirement already imposed as part of the conditions is delivered in a transparent and accountable manner and in accordance with strict time frames. Those are amendments for paragraph 7. Then we also have a small amendment to paragraph 8, reading as follows. If you allow me just 10 seconds while my colleagues are taking note. Madam Chairperson, if you allow me, I have been told that there was no interpretation into French while I was reading the last part of the Japanese amendment to paragraph 7, so with your permission, I will read it out again in order to be clear. So the last part will be, after also request the state party to ensure that the 150% net benefit requirement already imposed as part of the conditions is delivered in a transparent and accountable manner and in accordance with strict time frames. That was the last part of paragraph 7 as amended by Japan. Then we have a small change in paragraph 8 as proposed by Malaysia, reading as follows. Also notes with concern that the provisions of the Queensland Ports strategy cannot be applied retroactively, and therefore strongly urge the state party to continue to. And we have a small change in 8A, reading as follows. Ensure rigorously that major port development outside PPDAs is not permitted, and that developments within PPDAs do not impact individually or cumulatively the outstanding universal value of the property. So those are the amendments we have received so far, Madam Chairperson, for this draft resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Ma'am. As I stated before, we believe that the main issue is the integrity of the property as stated in the Declaration on the Outstanding Universal Value of the Reef, which should be fully respected. I will spare colleagues comments on some of these amendments, but I'd like to reiterate that dumping, dredging, and sediment discharges surely do not ensure nor protect this integrity. We are convinced that the draft decision, which was presented to us, is balanced and aims at protecting the integrity of the property. And for this reason, we cannot support the alterations proposed and wish to preserve the original text. I thank you.
Finland, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Finland fully supports the previous speaker. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Nosotros apoyamos totalmente lo expresado por Portugal. La consistencia y contundencia del lenguaje obedece a la responsabilidad que debe tener este comité frente a la defensa del valor excepcional universal. Resalta la necesidad de la reducción de riesgos, permitiendo así la conservación de un bien universal. Por lo tanto, consideramos que no se debe cambiar para nada la decisión.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany supports what has been said by Portugal and supported by Finland and Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Senegal.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais juste inviter le secrétariat à stabiliser la version française pour que nous puissions prendre tout le sens de l'amendement au paragraphe numéro 7, parce que nous avons énormément de mal à suivre actuellement, dans l'état actuel des débats. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal. I now give the floor to Poland.
Thank you. Poland would like to support the position presented by Colombia, Finland, Germany, and Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland. Croatia, you have the floor.
We would also support the proposal of Portugal.
Thank you. Australia. Does Malaysia, the distinguished delegates of Malaysia or Japan, would they like to make any intervention? Lebanon.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Le Liban supporte également la proposition de Colombie, Croatie, Finlande, Germanie, Pologne et Portugal, d'autant plus que les amendements proposés par la Malaisie et le Japon, dans certains points, sont un peu contradictoires. Je veux dire, c'est totalement en contradiction avec les éléments qui nous avaient été fournis au départ par le Centre et par IUCN. Donc, bon, tant qu'on n'a pas d'informations hautes, nous sommes tout à fait avec le texte original.
Ah, il faut demander.
Thank you. I go back to Malaysia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As we said at the beginning, that we was very happy with the draft decision made by the advisory bodies, and we tried to introduce very minor, to our mind, amendment to take into consideration of the vigorous development undertaken by the state party since the last discussion in Phnom Penh, and also since the preparation of the draft decision. With regard to number 7, if you can read that, we understand that the dredge material consisting of sands and silt will be dumped inside the property. Yes, we agreed, but it is, we were made to understand 20 kilometers from the nearest reef. I think the scientists can argue on the impact of the distance and the waves and the sea current, but I trust in sincerity the state body would have taken measures and mitigating measures to address these issues. We made the amendment really in trying to give time to the state body to address, as they are doing now, without doubt, the issue in front of all of us. But I will concur with the decision of the majority of the committee members. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madame la Présidente, évidemment, nous devons tous faire un effort pour parvenir à, à un texte de compromis. Et il faudrait qu'il y ait donc, si vous voulez, quelque chose qui puisse nous permettre de nous en sortir. Le libellé proposé par le Japon et la Malaisie, en tout cas dans le 7 bis, prend en compte les préoccupations qui ont été exprimées. C'est le fait fondamentalement que l'État partie déclare avoir effectué une évaluation, tandis que le comité, lui, dit qu'il n'a pas été suffisamment informé, ou du moins n'a pas été informé, de cette évaluation d'impact environnemental. Bon, que faisons-nous? Alors, dans le rapport, évidemment. Que faisons-nous? Alors, nous devons bien encourager, évidemment, l'objectif, je crois qu'il est commun, et nous le partageons tous, c'est celui de faire en sorte que la VUE de ce site soit conservée. De toute manière, nous le partageons, cet objectif. Comment maintenant y parvenir? Est-ce que le libellé du Japon, moi je fais tout simplement appel à mes collègues, est-ce que le libellé proposé par le Japon et je crois appuyé aussi par la Malaisie qui sont directement concernés, ne peut-il pas répondre à cela? Et je comprends fort bien les préoccupations qui ont été exprimées, si vous voulez, par le fait que nous n'avons pas suffisamment d'informations sur l'évaluation qui a été faite par l'État partie. Ça, c'est un fait. Voilà, qui nous permettent nous-mêmes de nous déterminer comme ça de façon très claire. C'est un peu la difficulté que nous avons ici, mais nous devons à la fois aussi faire un appel à tous nos collègues, à moins de les inviter à proposer un libellé qui puisse nous sortir d'impasse. C'est tout ce que je peux proposer, madame. Mais je pense que le Japon, cette bille, c'est bon. Peut répondre, en tout cas. Merci.
Thank you very much, Algeria. Japan, would you like to make an intervention?
Yes. Yeah, listening to the discussion here, and in my understanding, my proposal is to respond to our concern, and in my understanding, we are asking a lot of tasks to the state party, so I think it's more clear to express our concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Peru, you now have the floor.
Señora Presidenta, en coherencia a mi intervención anterior, el Perú se ratifica en que la decisión debe ser aprobada conforme al proyecto original. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Portugal, you now have the floor.
Merci, Madame le Président. Je m'excuse de revenir sur cette question. J'apprécie l'effort de la délégation algérienne et que, comme elle, ma délégation est toujours disposée à un compromis et je crois que le compromis est par définition une bonne chose. Mais je crois qu'ici, nous nous compliquerons peut-être un peu trop la vie, surtout que les propositions d'altération, d'amendement présentées et par la Malaisie et par le Japon, quelquefois sont un peu contradictoires. Donc je crains une discussion purement formelle, sans fin, sur ces amendements. Donc, Madame la Présidente, ce que je vous proposerais, ce serait, puisqu'il y a une très nette majorité de ce comité en faveur de la manutention de la décision, du projet de décision tel qu'il est, qu'on se mette tous d'accord pour l'approuver dans l'état qui nous a été présenté au début de ce débat. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Kazakhstan, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much. Kazakhstan would like to support the amendments proposed by Malaysia to Para 6. And as for Para 7, we would like to keep it in its original form. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now invite you to adopt the draft decision 38.7b.63 concerning this property. Mr. Rapporteur, have you received any amendments on the draft decision proposed? If so, please could you read it out? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And as reflected on the screens, you could see that there are several delegations: Colombia, Croatia, Finland, Germany, Lebanon, Peru, Poland, Portugal, proposing to retain the original text for paragraph 6. Nevertheless, we have the delegation of Malaysia and Kazakhstan, which are proposing to maintain the amendments as they were presented by Malaysia previously. So this is the situation for paragraph 6. For paragraph 7, and in accordance to what has been mentioned by every delegation that took the floor, normally, except with Malaysia, the delegations of Colombia, Croatia, Finland, Germany, Lebanon, Peru, Poland, Portugal are asking to retain the original text as it was presented in the original draft resolution, Madam Chairperson. This is the situation that we have so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Peru, you have the floor.
Disculpe, señora presidenta, ha sido una equivocación. Gracias.
Thank you, Peru. So do you distinguished committee members agree to retain the original text? Are there any objections? Senegal, you now have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, à ce stade, nous pensons que la proposition de la Malaisie pour le paragraphe 6 reflète tout de même le contenu des débats qui y ont eu lieu. Pour le paragraphe 7, par contre, nous ne pouvons pas vraiment nous prononcer parce que nous sommes en train d'hésiter. On ne sait pas encore si c'est une question de traduction ou autre. Donc à ce stade, je ne ferai pas de commentaires plus avant, mais je pense que nous pourrions conserver les amendements de la Malaisie sur le paragraphe 6.
Thank you. Mr. Rapporteur, could you respond to the translation problem?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Donc, suite à la demande de la délégation du Sénégal, si vous me permettez, je vais lire le paragraphe numéro 7 tel qu'amendé par la Malaisie dans sa version française. Donc, afin de clarifier la rédaction. Donc, la version française est comme suivrait. Note les raisons d'adoption des projets de développement côtier avant que ne soient achevés l'évaluation stratégie et le LTPSD, et note que l'adoption par l'État partie du projet de déversement de 3 millions de mètres cubes de matériaux dragués sur le territoire du bien a été réalisée après une évaluation générale d'autres options d'aménagement et de déversement ayant un impact potentiel moindre que l'État partie a garanti que l'option choisie n'a pas d'impact sur la valeur universelle exceptionnelle et est la moins préjudiciable. Ça, c'est la version française du paragraphe. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Jamaica, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamaica proposes to accept the original text. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. Is there any objections to propose? Turkey, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, we also join the amendments in paragraph 6, and we would retain paragraph 7 as original.
Thank you, Turkey. Are there any more interventions on this matter? I see no more objections or requests for intervention. I therefore invite you to adopt the decision 38-7B.63 concerning this property. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please read out the amendments?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, according to the debate, we can consider that we still have on the table that the delegations of Turkey, Kazakhstan, Senegal are supporting the amendments proposed by Malaysia to paragraph number 6. So the paragraph number 6 as amended by Malaysia would read as follows. Requests the state party to ensure the full completion of the independent review of the institutional and management arrangement for the property as recommended by the 2012 Reactive Monitoring Mission as a key input to the LTPSD, and notes that the transfer of decision-making power from federal to state levels will occur after the vision, framework with desired outcomes and targets, and governance requirement to deliver the LTPSD have been developed. This is paragraph number 6, and paragraph number 7 was proposed by several delegations, including Colombia, Croatia, Finland, Germany, Jamaica, Lebanon, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Turkey, to be retained at its original version on the draft decision, and will read as follows. Notes: the recent approvals for coastal developments in the absence of a completed strategic assessment and resulting long-term plan for sustainable development, and that this state parties' approval for dumping 3 million cubic meters of dredge material inside the property was undertaken after a comprehensive assessment of alternative and potentially less impacting development and disposal options, and ensured that the option select does not impact the outstanding universal value and is the least damaging option available. Those are the paragraphs as they were proposed for adoption. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any objections or comments on this regard? Lebanon, point of order.
Madame la Présidente, je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que vous nous demandez de voter pour. Le rapporteur a lu l'amendement, par exemple, de la Malaisie pour le paragraphe 7, qui est le seul amendement accepté par la Malaisie. Mais tous les autres États parties ont intervenu pour revenir au texte d'origine. Donc il faut nous demander qu'est-ce qu'on demande de voter, point par point. Paragraphe 6, est-ce que c'est le texte d'origine ou l'amendement proposé par la Malaisie? Paragraphe 7, est-ce que c'est le texte d'origine ou l'amendement proposé par la Malaisie? Sinon, on ne va pas s'en sortir.
So you're asking us to vote paragraph by paragraph? Is that what you wish? Okay, noted. Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Se ha leído la propuesta de cambio al numeral 7, distinto al proyecto original de decisión, que es el que estamos aprobando. No podemos negar que es con preocupación, como vemos los recientes aprobaciones y desarrollos. No podemos negar que we regret that the state party approval for dumping 3 million. We cannot accept the modifications to the original paragraph. We do regret and we are concerned about those modifications.
Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me see if we can solve this in a slightly different way. Personally, I would not like to go through a vote article by article. I don't think that this is in the tradition of this committee. But on the other hand, I think that there is a clear majority of countries, members of the committee, that defend the preservation of the original text. So my request through you to our colleagues from Malaysia and Japan and Senegal too would be recognizing this fact, would this solution not be agreeable to that, and that we could, without any further ado, approve the resolution in its original state. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry to go back to ask whether the committee is agreeable with the original text. We have two different proposals here, one from Portugal to go ahead with the original text, and then a different one from Lebanon to go paragraph by paragraph. So Lebanon.
I agree with the proposal of Portugal.
Thank you very much. Serbia, you now have the floor.
Serbia also supports preservation of original text like Colombia, Croatia, and the other countries.
Thank you. So can we go for a vote, declaration on the decision? Sorry, not a vote. I used the wrong terminology. I mean, can we declare decision 38.7b.663? Okay, before we go there, Japan has an intervention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like also go for voting, but paragraph 7, people are talking about two proposals, original and Malaysian amendment. But the Japan 7 bis is also another new paragraph 7, which is very similar to the original. There is a term, regrets and with concern. But so that for paragraph 7, there are three options to consider, which was not properly indicated in their reporting. But anyway, Japan is ready to follow the majority with a view, while emphasizing that we should really recognize the utmost effort that Australia has been doing and sure is continuing to doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Merci Madame la Présidente, et permettez-moi de remercier tous mes collègues qui ont fait preuve de flexibilité. Et je crois qu'on est proche de la solution, mais à travers vous, Madame, je voudrais s'il vous plaît que vous invitiez alors notre rapporteur à lire, ou du moins à faire paraître sur l'écran, le texte exact du texte original qui se trouve dans ce fameux rapport que nous avons sous les yeux. Parce qu'on est complètement perdu avec tous les amendements qui sont ici. Alors, remettez, s'il vous plaît, sur l'écran le texte original. Et comme ça, on va enfin avoir de la clarté et nous allons l'adopter, puisque tout le monde est, je crois, prêt à adopter le texte après ce long débat très riche. Merci.
Mr. Rapporteur, are you happy to do that?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And according to the request of the delegation of Algeria, of course, I can proceed to read out the paragraph number 6 and 7 as they were originally proposed, and as it figures in the documents that you have before you. So, paragraph number 6 will read as follows. Requests the state party, and before continue the reading, I call on the indulgence of the delegations, just again, in order to give 1 minute at least to our colleagues from Secretariat in order to reflect the original version on the screens. But anyway, I can read it from here and it will be reflected immediately. So paragraph number 6 requests the state party to ensure the full completion of the independent review of the institutional and management arrangements for the property as recommended by the 2012 Reactive Monitoring Mission as a key input to the LTPSG, and considers that the transfer of decision-making power from federal to state levels before the vision framework with desired outcomes and targets and governance requirements to deliver the LTPSG have been adopted. It is premature and should be postponed to allow further consideration. This is paragraph number 6. Original paragraph number 7 will read as follows. Notes with concern the recent approvals for coastal development in the absence of a completed strategic assessment and resulting long-term plan for sustainable development, and regrets the state party's approval for dumping 3 million cubic meters of dredge material inside the property prior to having undertaken a comprehensive assessment of alternative and potentially less impacting development and disposal options, and also requires the state party to ensure that the option selected does not impact outstanding universal value and is the least damaging option available. So those are original paragraphs 6 and 7, Madam Chairperson, and we are reflecting on the screen as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any interventions or comments with regards to the text made by the rapporteur? Algeria, is that okay?
Oui, madame, nous sommes tout à fait d'accord avec le texte, puisque c'est celui-là, c'est le texte original qui a la majorité. Donc nous devons aller avec la majorité. Il faut enlever dans la version, dans l'écran que nous avons de la version française, tous les amendements qu'il y avait avant, puisqu'on demande le texte original. Soyons cohérents. Enlevez-nous tout ce qui n'a pas été accepté, tout simplement, puisqu'il a été débattu. Merci.
Thank you. So, are we in agreement? Then we can declare the decision as original form. Can we move on to that motion? Thank you. I declare decision 38.7b.63 adopted. So we'll now go back to the property in India, Manas Wildlife Sanctuary. And I will give the floor to the delegation of India to present to the committee the reason why they wish to open the state of conservation of the Manas Wildlife Sanctuary in India. India, you now have the floor.
Madam Chairman, the State Party of India would like to reiterate the commitments to conserve the outstanding universal value of the property, which were made at the time when the site was taken off from the danger list in 2011. Now, it is a fact, ma'am, that poaching of rhinos, whether in Africa or in Asia, is a serious threat. The State Party has taken adequate steps to provide protective legal cover to the property. In addition to the armed guards which are protecting the property, community volunteers have been engaged to mount vigil against poaching. A system of smart patrolling in which the wildlife guards are equipped with global positioning system equipment and digital cameras in place. And all these measures have led to a very positive outcome. We are pleased to report that there has been a zero poaching of rhinos in 2014, from January 2014 to June 2014, and this is the outcome of the series of measures which the State Party has taken. On the issue of new encroachments, which has been pointed out in the report. The state party would like to clarify that this encroachment is not a permanent encroachment. It is not a permanent settlement which can have serious consequences to the OUVs. These encroachments are essentially seasonal cultivations which the local communities do for human subsistence. And these cultivations have also been the feature of the property for many, many years and have had no adverse impact on the OUVs. There is a comment on the reported deterioration of the security situation in the site, and this we feel is a reflection of the political process that the country has undergone in the last 6 months. We have had parliamentary elections in the country in the last 6 months, and during this process, several sites and several places have seen resurgence of conflicts. But with now a firm, stable, and strong government in place, we are confident that these resurgence activities are going to wane away. An indication of this fact that peace and normalcy is returning is the fact that as I speak, a joint team of India and Bhutan are currently conducting a survey of the amphibians and reptiles, and this is being done for the first time as a part of trans-border cooperation. Madam, in view of the above, the state party would like to request the IUCN and the committee members to reconsider its recommendation under Para 9 to send a reactive monitoring mission now. Let us wait for a year. Let us see how the situation improves, and we will submit our next SOC report in February 2015, and at that time this decision may be revisited. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the background music. I will now invite Mr. Feng Jing, Chief of the Asia Pacific Unit of the World Heritage Center, and then the IUCN to respond to these comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think with this music, the committee members have also their attention. Dear committee members, the report can be found on pages 106 and 108 of the English version and pages 110 to 113 of the French version. Since the finalization of the working document, no new information has been provided. However, the state party has just indicated some progress on the site. The main conservation issues facing the property include the reported increase of poaching, encroachment, and armed insurgents, as just indicated by the state party representative. The committee may recall that Manas was initially inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger in 1992 as a result of the impacts of severe conflict. And based also on the findings of the 2011 reactive monitoring mission, the committee at its 35th session in June 2011 considered that the OUV had progressed significantly and was well on the way, and thus decided to remove the site from list of World Heritage in danger. Nevertheless, the committee noted that the importance to complete the reintroduction program of one-horned rhino to ensure the viability of the population and the full recovery of the property's OUV. The World Heritage Center and IUCN also recall that at its 36th session in 2012, the committee noted that the recovery of the OUV of the property was still fragile, and they considered that this fragility is sharply highlighted by reported increase in poaching. Given the multiple conservation issues affecting the property, the Center and IUCN recommend that the committee may wish to request the state party to invite a joint World Heritage Center IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property in order to assess its state of conservation, in particular in relation to the reported illegal activities and poaching. Madam Chairperson, committee members, the draft decision 38-7B65 can be found on page 108 of the English version and page 109 of the French version of the working document. IUCN will provide further comments. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jing. I now give the floor to the IUCN. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. IUCN welcomes the significant efforts undertaken by the State Party to implement the recommendations made by the committee at its 35th and 36th sessions, notably by addressing the issue of fund release, the development of an eastern swamp deer translocation protocol, and the development of a tourism strategy. However, IUCN notes with significant concern the reports of increased poaching of rhinoceros in the property, and recalls that rhino have been reintroduced to the property since 2006 after having been decimated during the insurgencies of the 1990s. IUCN also received reports of new encroachment inside the property, and the State Party has here confirmed to IUCN that encroachment for seasonal agriculture has peaked recently. Reports received by IUCN indicate that both the increased poaching and the encroachment may be linked to the renewed activities by insurgent groups within the property, and IUCN recognizes the significant efforts made by the State Party to respond to this situation. Nevertheless, recalling the situation that prevailed at the time of the property's inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 1992, IUCN concurs with the comment that the World Heritage Center just made, that we do recommend that the committee request the State Party to invite a joint World Heritage Center IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property in order to assess the situation and the state of conservation of the property. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, IUCN. I thank you for your presentations, and now I invite the committee members to express their comments. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Malaysia agree that the State Party India should be given some more time to address the conservation issues, as to make India possible to report by February 2015, and the World Heritage Committee can consider the need for monitoring a mission by this time until the next session, and so that the decision can be amended accordingly. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Vietnam.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We would like to express our support to the idea of the previous speaker, which is Malaysia, regarding to some progress made by the State Party. We think that the State Party needs some more time to make the report, and we think that the monitoring mission to the property should be considered in the next session of the committee. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Finland.
Finland agrees with Vietnam and supports India's proposal to postpone the mission with 1 year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the proposal made by our distinguished colleague with regards to postponing the date? The Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are not objecting to the proposal. We just want also to align ourselves with the statements earlier made, and we support India's request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Croatia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd also like to agree the efforts of the State Party and would like to support the postponing of the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Turkey, you now have the floor.
We also support the postponement, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, I think we can move on to declare the decision 38-COM 7B.65. Mr. Rapporteur, have you received any amendments?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For this draft decision, we have received no amendments, so you can proceed for the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I declare decision 38-COM 7B.65 adopted. We will now move on to the next site. Sorry. India, you have the floor.
if you adopt the draft decision as it is presented, then it means that there is a reactive monitoring mission to the state party. Whereas, as you have heard India and others, we need 1 more year time to do that.
You're right, there needs to be a amendment. So, Mr. Rapporteur, could you please reread that paragraph with the amendment proposed from India? Mr. Rapporteur, do you have the update?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Well, indeed, with this comment, we can change the paragraph number 10 and just mention that the date should change. It's not going to be 1st February 2015, but 1st December 2015, in accordance to the decision as it was to what has been mentioned previously. And we need also to change in the last line that this document will be examined by the World Heritage at its 40th session in 2016. Those are the precisions that we're missing. Thank you.
Thank you. India, I think you would like to clarify.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our proposal is not to commit for a reactive monitoring mission per se. What we are saying is that we should be allowed to give a year, and when we submit our SOC report in 2015, at that time the committee can consider whether it's a case for sending a reactive mission or not. So we are not committing to a mission either at the 39th or the 40th session.
Thank you, India. Could you propose a language of amendment in which paragraph you would like to see it?
Okay, we'll do that.
We can do it right now. Because we need to go back. We passed the decision. We need to go back. Thank you. I'm sorry, I am told that the country itself cannot make an amendment to itself. So could the supporting delegates who supported India's proposal, could anybody propose a language in line to India's proposal? IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We followed the debate in a different sense to what is being reflected on the screen. So if we understood correctly, the consensus position was to hold the proposal for a mission. The way in which that would be given effect in the decision is to delete paragraph 9. We had not followed, and I think from IUCN would be concerned to support the amendments in paragraph 10, which are a different point, which is to postpone the state of conservation reporting process. So if I followed correctly India's proposal, it's that we would not have a mission now, that we would have a further report next year, and that would lead to the consideration of the potential for a mission. So my sense of what had been reflected is that it should be a simple deletion of paragraph 9, and that paragraph 10 should remain intact. Of course, I can't propose the wording, but I think that was the intent that was expressed on the floor of the committee. The only point I would make is that if paragraph 10 postpones the discussion until 2016, then we're effectively postponing the mission by 2 years, not 1 year. And I didn't understand that was the proposal.
Thank you. India, are you in agreement with the IUCN?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are in agreement what IUCN has proposed to delete para 9 and to come back with a SOC report in 2015.
Thank you. The Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because of the procedural issues, then we will be a motion to delete para 9.
Thank you very much. Japan?
Philippines has said what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can... Germany, you have the floor.
Just to confirm, Germany is supporting that motion, which I understood is now brought forward by the Philippines. Thanks, IUCN, for helping out on this.
Thank you very much, IUCN, for your clarification. Mr. Rapporteur, could you please adopt the draft decision 38-7B.71 concerning this property? Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the IUCN representative. So with that, those clarifications, several delegations have supported the deletion of paragraph number 9 and to retain the date of the 1st February 2015 for the submission of the detailed report. So with those amendments, you can proceed then for the adoption of this draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I declare decision 38-7B.71 adopted as amended. Sorry, it's not 7.1. It's 7B.65 adopted as amended. We will now open decision 78-7B.71, which is related to the Phayayen-Khao Yai forest complex in Thailand. I would like to invite Mr. Ying to present the next report on the list of the discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished committee members, the Phayayen-Khao Forest Complex is a collection of 5 contiguous protected areas in eastern part of Thailand. As you may recall, the committee deliberated over this property last year, noting particular concern over the expansion of an existing road going through the property, the construction of a dam on the property's boundary, encroachment from neighboring communities, illegal logging. The committee requests the state party to invite IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property in order to assess progress in the implementation of the previous committee decisions. The IUCN reactive monitoring mission took place from 13 to 17 January this year. Since the state party state of conservation report was dispatched to the committee, no further information has been received by the World Heritage Center. Given the numerous serious conservation issues raised by the committee in the previous sessions, and given that the IUCN reactive monitoring mission confirmed the ascertained danger to the outstanding universal value of the property, the World Heritage Center and IUCN recommend that the committee may decide to inscribe Phayayen-Khao Forest Complex on the list of World Heritage in danger. The draft decision 38-7B.71 is available on pages 95 to 96 of the English version and pages 96 to 98 of the French version. Madam Chairperson, IUCN will provide further comments on this property. Also, I'd like to bring to your attention that the state party representative is in the room and they wish to speak in line with Rule 22.7. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The IUCN have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. IUCN notes that the state party has made progress with the implementation of committee recommendations in relation to the expansion of Highway 304, the removal of illegal cattle grazing in the property, and the implementation of mitigation measures during the construction phase of the Hoi Samong Dam. Reports received by IUCN about plans for the construction of another dam in the Klang Dong area within the property have been confirmed by the state party. These proposals predate the inscription of Phayayen-Khao Yai, However, we understand the Royal Irrigation Department have sought approval to undertake a feasibility study, and an environmental impact assessment has not yet been carried out. So IUCN recommends that the committee requests the state party to make a commitment to not permit any further dam constructions that are likely to have an impact on the property over and above the ongoing construction of the Hoi Samong Dam. Despite the progress previously noted, the IUCN mission that visited the property in January of this year found that while the state party is making efforts to monitor land use and encroachment, the property continues to be under heavy pressure from encroachment, neighbouring land use and resort developments, and that tense relationships between the authorities and some local communities are likely to impact the effectiveness of management efforts to address these issues. The mission also noted that the property is facing a significant threat from rampant illegal logging of Siamese rosewood. Clashes between poachers and park staff are becoming increasingly violent in this respect. And on this point, IUCN would like to extend its condolences to the families and co-workers of those park staff killed or injured in the name of conservation. Recognising the strong commitment and commendable efforts by the state party to address this particular threat, the mission nevertheless noted that the rate at which illegal logging has increased in 2013 and it is outpacing the capacity of park authorities to respond. Strong cooperation and coordination is required at the international scale with other state parties concerned with the illegal trade of Siamese rosewood, including transit and market countries, in order to control this illegal trade. So in light of the threats from encroachment and the escalating threat of illegal logging, IUCN and the World Heritage Centre recommended the committee inscribe the property on the list of in danger in order to raise awareness at the international level and to mobilise the international support and coordination required to address this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I now invite the committee members to express their comments. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recommendation to inscribe Dong Phayayen-Khao Yai Forest Complex on the list of World Heritage in danger is unjustified and untimely. First, on the concern on the threat of illegal logging and trade of Siamese rosewood by armed groups. Thailand shares the same concern and has carried out vital measures in our action plans to acquire concrete and sustainable solutions to this problem. We have set up the Integrated Prevention and Suppression Task Force involving Thai Army and police to ensure an increase in their effectiveness and the level of personal safety of the park rangers, who have also been provided with life insurance and appropriate compensation. Thailand also succeeded in listing Siamese rosewood in CITES Appendix 2 at CITES COP16 held in March 2013. Thailand and Cambodia have decided to set up a joint committee on combating illegal logging of Siamese rosewood. Let me recall also the decision 37-7B.15 adopted last year, which called for support for states parties concerned, particularly Cambodia, China, Laos, PDR, and Vietnam in the halt of illegal logging and illegal trading in Siamese rosewood. This clearly indicates the transboundary nature of the problem, thus finding concrete and sustainable solution requires time. Secondly, on the concern that the property continues to be under heavy pressure from encroachment, including resort development. The increase in the number of prosecuted cases indicate stronger and more effective law enforcement in dealing with the violation. This has resulted in the return of over 1,000 hectares of encroached land to the property. The satellite image had shown that since the property was inscribed in 2005, the forest area has increased from 85.9% to 87.7%, and the trend is on the rise. Thus, given more time, Thailand can surely alleviate this problem. Madam Chair, Thailand has the willingness and the ability to implement the UNESCO IUCN recommendation. Given a strong track record in compliance with and implementation of the UNESCO IUCN recommendations, Thailand strongly believes that with an appropriate time frame with our partners, we would be able to successfully implement necessary measures with concrete progress to preserve the OUV of the property. While all stakeholders are fully committed to the ongoing operations, any premature decision would only disrupt the momentum of the process and certainly discourage all stakeholders, particularly working personnel involved in the process. Thailand therefore requests members of the committee not to inscribe the Dong Phayayen-Khao Yai forest complex on the list of World Heritage in danger, and for the state party to be given appropriate time frame to successfully implement necessary measures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Vietnam.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Donc le Vietnam félicite l'État parti pour les efforts déployés et des progrès importants obtenus pour réduire les impacts négatifs de l'autoroute 304. Et selon les informations de l'État parti, les élargissements prévus concernent seulement les zones dangereuses sur cette route, où l'étroitesse des voies est la cause essentielle des accidents. Nous constatons également que quant au problème des bagages, l'État parti a fait beaucoup de progrès, a pris des mesures palliatives pour réduire les impacts potentiels de ce bagage sur le bien. Et donc, quant au projet de barrage, c'est vrai, il est prévu de construire un nouveau barrage, mais l'État parti a pris en grande considération la question de la vue et la question de l'intégrité dans l'étude sur les impacts environnementaux. Nous constatons également que l'État parti a fait beaucoup d'efforts louables pour lutter contre le problème des coupes illégales de palissandre de Siam, et des mesures plus très draconiennes ont été prises en collaboration avec d'autres partis, à d'autres États concernés pour réduire, pour lutter contre ce phénomène. L'État parti souhaite également un calendrier approprié pour appliquer les mesures, les recommandations prévues. Donc nous souhaitons que le comité accorde à l'État parti cette priorité. Et puis nous souhaitons également pour ces raisons que ce site ne soit pas inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine en péril. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Finland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand's protected forests are threatened by illegal logging with escalating violence between loggers and park authorities. The situation is driven by international multi-million-dollar rosewood trade that is fueled by the market's desire for luxury furniture. Last year, the governments of Thailand and Vietnam succeeded in their efforts to get the endangered Siamese rosewood listed by CITES. The reports by the State Party and the recent reactive mission by the IUCN seem to indicate that the World Heritage Site meets the requirements in the operational guidelines, paragraph 180, to be listed on the endangered list. However, we take note of the new information provided by the State Party, and we are willing to consider this new information when drafting the decision. We congratulate the government of Thailand of the recent determined actions taken against encroachment, as well as the operations of the Special Prevention Suppression Task Force on illegal logging of the Siamese rosewood. Finland hopes that the State Party continues to implement measures to safeguard the outstanding universal value of the property. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following the statement of the state party, the Philippines would like to commend ongoing conservation management measures for the Phayayen-Khao Yai forest complex. Given the scale of this property and the transboundary nature of the problem, we recognize the monumental challenges and severe complications faced by its park managers and conservation officers. Nonetheless, we commend the efforts of park personnel in addressing the problems of illegal logging and trade of important timber trees such as the Siamese rosewood. We recognize that the problem of illegal logging continues, that many efforts have been made and concrete progress achieved by the state party to curb illegal logging. The state party even commits to develop action plans towards this end, and we should give them additional time to see the effectiveness of the protection measures and to include this in the State of Conservation report. On encroachment, again, we have to recognize that the state party has made significant inroads in terms of mitigating the problem, such as through strengthened law enforcement, among others. With consideration of due process, prosecutions have been made against land encroachment. We also see a clear commitment from the state party to implement other IUCN recommendations. In this regard, the Philippines also submitted for consideration amendments to the draft decision. In particular, based on information and clarification provided by the state party, we believe that this complex should not be placed in the list of World Heritage in danger at this point of time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Based on the report of the state party, we think that crucial efforts such as control on the road expansion, in particular regarding Highway 304, environmental monitoring to prevent impact due to the construction of Hue-Samong Dam, increasing cooperation between concerned administration agencies, police, army, and local forest protection units for preventing and decreasing illegal logging of high-value timbers, implementation of the programs devoted to the cooperation with local communities aimed to increase support for the management of the property. All these reflect good achievements and progress on the part of the state party. We are in favor of giving Thailand more opportunities to work cooperatively with its neighbors and relevant stakeholders to find concrete sustainable solutions to the problem of the illegal logging and trading of Siamese rosewood. Taking into account the above mentioned, we think that Dong Phayayen-Khao Yai forest complex should not be inscribed on the list of the World Heritage in danger at this session. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor now to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Dong Phayayen-Khao Yai forest complex, forgive me my malpronunciation of that complex Thai name of a property, is one of the more than 80 important forest sites inscribed in the World Heritage List. The increasing rate of illegal logging at this site is indeed alarming, and the high number of legal cases where people were caught when effecting this illegal logging is indeed confirming this trend. On the same hand, of course, it confirms the work done by the state party by performing patrols in the park. So there is, on the one hand side, a good effort in combating it, but on the other hand, it shows that there is indeed a problem there. And the efforts of the state party are to be commended, and we support what Finland has said in this regard. Last year, the committee had noted that the listing of Siamese rosewood under the CITES Convention annexes is an important step to combat the illegal logging. But to really resolve this challenge, it's not only Thailand's homework. There are a number of other states parties involved here, and Thailand needs the support of those states parties who are importing these wood, this timber resource. Danger listing, and I would really like to stress this, can be seen as an instrument to foster this support and to gain international support and attention to that issue. And this is what often the World Heritage Committee has done by listing danger. And I remind you, colleagues, the case of the rainforests in Madagascar, which have a very similar issue. And if I'm not mistaken, it's also linked to rosewood. However, we could follow what other committee members have said, and if there is a majority, we could go with postponing the decision. But nevertheless, we need to give a very clear signal in the draft decision, which is able to also mobilize international support. I feel this is really important here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. I now give the floor to Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Malaysian delegate acknowledged the sincerity of the state party to accept the factors affecting the site. And on the issue of land encroachment, we were made to understand that the state party had already initiated mitigating measures, including laws, which are presently being enforced, resulting in the reclamation of the encroached land. Of course, illegal logging, not only in Thailand and its borders, in Southeast Asia, this is a complicated issue relating to not only the Siamese rosewood, in fact, all the species of rosewood. And I agree totally with the German colleague saying that not only the suppliers should be addressed, but also the demanders, the marketplace. Thailand has already, to our mind, had taken many mitigating measures and headways into implementing the recommendation put forth by IUCN. And given the strong legacy of compliance by the state party Thailand in implementing this recommendation, we feel strongly that Thailand needs time, and I think to propose at this time to inscribe the site on the endangered list would be a little premature, and we support the other delegate in giving Thailand, as far as we are concerned, they have been doing a great job, and we believe they are going to continue to address these issues, and let's hear next year's State of Conservation report if the compliance, as I think they would do, will be in place. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We understand the very serious concern about this important site, but after listening to the statement by the state party, I would like to join other previous speakers to give more time for the Thailand because their commitment is genuine and serious. Actually, Thailand is the first country hosted the World Heritage Committee meeting in Asia and has a long history of dedication to the convention. They have been working on the issues in this property, which contain their first national park, and Japan trusts that Thailand will take all the necessary measures to protect the OUV of this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Colombia quiere reconocer el esfuerzo que está haciendo Tailandia por superar estos graves problemas que aquejan a muchos países. Estamos de acuerdo con que debemos hacer una cruzada mundial para controlar la demanda de la madera ilegal. También sabemos que se necesita tiempo para poder implementar las medidas y que éstas produzcan el efecto deseado. Por lo tanto, también estamos de acuerdo en posponer la decisión, pero creemos que es importante hacer un seguimiento permanente a las medidas que está desarrollando el país parte para conocer el avance que ellos vayan teniendo en la implementación de estas medidas. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. These are extreme challenges presented in this particular case. We acknowledge the efforts of Thailand to address these issues as noted in the report. But Chair, it really was the intervention from the representative from the state party that would have swayed our particular position, because it was a passionate display of the challenges, hearing it directly from the horse's mouth, so to speak, that would have made the difference. And I think it is important that we consider these particular perspectives coming from persons who have to, have to contend with these issues on the ground. And with that in mind, we are supporting that additional time be given to the state party. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to support what has been said by my previous speakers. First, my delegation acknowledges and further encourages continuing efforts and commitment of the government of Thailand for sustainable solution on this issue. It seems to me that we need to give more time to the state party concerned before we decide to inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, nous aussi, nous prenons note avec satisfaction de ce qui est dit dans le rapport par rapport aux efforts déployés par la Thaïlande afin de préserver ce complexe forestier qui est un site particulier, il est vrai, tant il est affecté par des problèmes et des défis au niveau national, mais aussi par des phénomènes de caractère transnational. Sans rentrer dans les détails, il y a là effectivement de quoi donner crédit aux efforts qui ont été donc entrepris. Nous savons qu'effectivement, il y a des problèmes sérieux, mais nous estimons que compte tenu de l'engagement et du sérieux avec lequel la Thaïlande s'est engagée à les prendre, de lui donner du temps et donc d'aller dans le sens de la plupart de ceux qui sont intervenus pour appuyer la demande de la Thaïlande de reporter la décision. Merci.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you very much, Ram. We too would like to commend the efforts of Thailand. Our position is very close to the one that was expressed by Germany. We do think that there is often merit in inscribing a property in the World Heritage in Danger list, because it does help to meet some of the challenges that these properties face. Which, nevertheless, I heard what our colleague from Thailand said. I do recognize the problems, so we would go along with the trend here, the majority, and give Thailand some more time. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Portugal. I now give the floor to Qatar.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. نحن بدورنا أيضا يعني ننضم للجو السائد للاتفاق في القاعة، ونعتقد بأن دورنا أن نساند الدولة الطرف في جهودها في الحفاظ على هذا المعلم، ونؤيد عدم وضع هذا المعلم على لائحة الخطر. شكرا.
Are there any more interventions from committee members? Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Le Sénégal appuie également cette position exprimée par la Thaïlande. Nous notons que la Thaïlande a quand même fait preuve d'un engagement assez constant et très ouvert aux recommandations des organisations consultatives. Il faut donc accompagner cet État dans la poursuite des efforts qui sont déjà entrepris pour la gestion de ce site. Et je pense qu'il ne faut pas toujours attendre que le site soit inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine en péril pour mobiliser la communauté internationale. L'État parti fait preuve de volonté politique. C'est maintenant aussi qu'il faut l'accompagner dans ses efforts et que la communauté internationale appuie les activités et les efforts donnés par ce pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Are there any more committee members that would like to make an intervention? I will now give the floor to Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia shared and feel the empathy of what is happening in Thailand, because Indonesia is also challenged by balancing between having the world natural heritage and also improving the economical condition. Indonesia would like to invite the World Heritage Committee to initiate programs how to having natural heritage, but as well as improving the economical condition, probably could also eradicate the poverty of the people around the area. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Do the Secretariat wish to make any more comments? IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I did not detect any specific questions back to IUCN from the debate that's taken place on the floor. IUCN recognises the great challenges that face the state party with dealing with both the issues of encroachment and illegal logging, and there's been a very healthy dialogue between IUCN and the state party, which has continued at this committee session here. We would just like to note that the additional information that's been made available to us here is definitely encouraging and commendable. As this committee has noted on many occasions, the utilisation of the in-danger mechanism is an effective tool in certain circumstances to catalyse international action, and of course this issue particularly of illegal trade in Siamese rosewood is one that speaks to this question of international cooperation. We would also note, I think, that some of the struggles to manage this property which fall upon the shoulders of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment and the Department of National Parks relate to many other authorities within Thailand, and I think the in-danger tool is something to perhaps consider in future to help to mobilise that sort of coordination and integration much more effectively at national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there are no more comments or intervention on this matter, I will invite you to adopt the draft decision 38.7b.71 concerning this property. Mr. Rapporteur, have you received any amendments on the draft decision proposed?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And indeed, we have received amendments to this draft decision from Philippines to paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 11, and 12 of the original text. So I will read the amendments. So paragraph number 3, containing the amendments proposed by Philippines, will read as follows. Notes with concern that the threat of illegal logging and the trade of Siamese rosewood, Dalbergia cochinchinensis, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, continues despite commendable efforts by the state party and park rangers to address this issue, sometimes at great personal risk, and also urge the state party to develop the action plans on curbing illegal logging and trade of Siamese rosewood, including corrective measures and time frame for their implementation, and submit to the World Heritage Center as part of the State of Conservation report by 1st February 2015. There is also amendments for paragraph number 4, reading as follows. Notes with concern that the property continues to be under pressure from encroachment, including resort developments, appreciates that a number of the cases have resulted in successful prosecution against land encroachment, encourages the state party to continue working with local authorities, communities, NGOs in improvement of coordination and collaboration for protection of the property and its outstanding universal value. There's also Philippines proposing to delete the entire paragraph number 5. Then the last amendment we received is on previous paragraph number 11, and it will read. New paragraph 10 will read as follows. Requests the state party to invite an AUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property before the 40th session of the committee in 2016 in order to assess progress in the implementation of the above recommendation and those made by the 2014 reactive monitoring mission, and to consider whether the property should be considered for inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger. Those are the amendments we have received so far, Madam Chairperson. But just in order to clear, I heard 2 or 3 times during the debate that some delegations were asking for postponing the decision for the next year. So I'm not clear if they are proposing to postpone the decision of this or just not to inscribe the site this year in the list in danger. But those are the amendments we have received so far to the draft decision. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Would anybody like to clarify? Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I have understood the discussion correctly, and at least this is what Germany wanted to express, is that the postponement means that we discuss about danger listing next year. This is what we mean with giving a bit more time. Having seen that there are quite a few changes, and I immediately see 1 or 2 points which we would like to make in terms of get the text precise and underline what we really want to convey as a message to the state party. And given the time we are, maybe we can get the changes in printed and come back directly after lunch with very precise amendments so that we don't lose more time in discussing it here now, and maybe we can solve a few things amongst delegations before and can do it quickly after lunch.
I support the proposal made by Germany and encourage you to discuss with your distinguished colleagues and the rapporteur the amendments you would like to make so that we could start with it in the afternoon session. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the distinguished delegation of Germany. So in that regard, our colleagues with the secretariats will circulate to each one of the committee members the printed version of the amendments for your consideration. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. With that being said, we will make some announcements before we adjourn the morning session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As usual, some announcements just before lunch for the side events. First of all, let me recall that the budget group is meeting at 2 p.m. in room 103. 2 p.m. room 103. Another side event for which we made a pre-announcement yesterday, and we have been requested to announce it today, is the Heritage in Danger Dialogue and Reconstruction side event. It is organized by the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in Bahrain and the African World Heritage Fund, and is moderated by the World Heritage Center. It takes place in room 215-217, just trying to find the time, and it starts at 1:30 p.m. with lunch boxes offered starting from 1 p.m. Further, there is another announcement for a meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., room 239241. And also there is the exhibition of Germany, which has been postponed from yesterday, but it seems that all technical problems have been solved. And the opening of the exhibit will be held in Hall 1 at 1 p.m. Two more announcements for two more side events. The first one is an event of the three advisory bodies on the occasion of the 38th session of the committee meeting, and the title is Linking Culture and Nature, an event organized by IUCN, ICOMOS, ICROM. It takes place today, 18th of June, from 1:15 p.m. to 2 p.m. in the advisory body space, room 232. Another meeting organized, a side event organized by IUCN on the IUCN World Heritage Outlook is taking place from 2 to 3 in English in room 232, which is the advisory body space. Thank you very much. I think these are all the announcements for
Thank you. I've also been asked to encourage state members to attend the budgetary meeting. It was not very well attended yesterday at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 3 o'clock.